Welcome to another hate-monger sermon. Today's sermon is about maintaining integrity in the face of temptation. An example. Just last week we received communications from an unnamed network of aliens wanting to own everything we have of Space King in exchange for wild riches. Now, how might we respond to this hate mace? We punish them, yes. We punish them with a hate mace enema. But no lube. Now.
What?
But with a hate mace enema. But no lube. Now, one could sell our Space King and become incredibly wealthy. The weak would consider the price. But what of the cost? The cost to our souls. The cost of the unnamed network of aliens turning Space King fake and gay. Never.
Oh, come on. Space King doesn't just have to be for the boys. Space King could be for everyone.
Here's the plan. For the final days of our merch sale,
I love that.
merch you buy to help fund our Space King efforts will trigger a gift via emails
Big old lobbyists.
receiving the hate mace enema to show them Space King is not for sale because Space King has you. Also, if you think I'm joking, I'm not. We will send a gift to them every single time. Bottoms up. There's only 7 days remaining in this merch drop before it's gone.
Bottoms. Ah. Oh, that's just the greatest. Twitch is getting cooked on their last tweet. I love how like Twitch always like tries to ignore like oh. Wait. We platform some dude that is likely in a factor in radicalizing some other people that then go out and murder people in terroristic fashion. Look at this little student. Streamer University, guys, please don't look at the murders happening because our platform doesn't do fuck all about their TOS. in my opinion. Hurry up and win, Exquisite.
Hurry up and win, Surf. We have need upon you. We have need of you upon the battlefield.
I gotta clip this. I really want to know how this sounds like. I have no fucking idea.
Hurry up and win, Surf. We have need upon you. We have need of you upon the battlefield.
Why do I make it makes me sound Russian, bro?
Is this one better? Hurry up and win, Surf. We have need upon you. And fight up again. We have need for you upon the battlefield.
Makes me sound like a fucking Russian. Upon the battlefield.
Hurry up and win, Surf. Is this one better? Hurry up and win, Surf. We have need upon you. And fight up again. We have need for you upon the battlefield.
It does make me sound. I fucking hate my accent with this thing on. The hell? Can I tweak those more? Like, change the pitch? Change the thingy? Yeah, yeah. Did that not pop up? Or were you just ignoring me?
What a loser. I dare you. Oh, I could change speech. Alright, hang on, I need to hear it myself. Hello, can you go?
Right. Oh no, this is terrible.
Hello. We have need upon you on the battlefield. We have need upon you. We have need of you upon the battlefield, for Christ's sake. I can't fucking type. I can't talk, I can't... I fucking hate benzos.
I think this one is the best. It's more mechanicus than Space Marine, but I think this one's the best.
I fucking hate benzos.
I think this one is the best. It's more mechanicus than Space Marine, but I think this one's the best.
It sounds weird though. Like, that'll sound weird. God damn it. Same. Same. It's too long.
We are called by the Emperor for a sacred duty, and we shall not fail him.
I wish this was like only. That's all I want, right? Why is it that loud? No, it's just a ping. This is a real sonar ping. Apparently. You want to have your ears blown out? Titan Warhorn.
Fight my colossal metal ass!
That's kind of rude.
I heard that. I wish I didn't hear that, but I just heard.
Heard what, motherfucker?
I
saw that one. Banana. I clicked on
you
it.
serious?
It was the minions.
This
Sold.
is torture. You're torturing me and everyone else watching. Wait.
Bing. Get fucked, dumbass. Ah, he's gonna miss all. Nope. All of them hits. Get fucked, bitch. I just want to call you my bitch. Bitch. Please kill the guy. Don't make me do it. Sub looks more fun. It is pretty fun, but you have 0 health. And if you get spotted, it's over. It's over. Bendex Star Killer is dead. That's a reference you guys probably won't get, but... Boom. Nope. Nope, I say. Gonna waste the Y. There he is. How the fuck did we miss? Bro, I ate so much, I was really fucking hungry. Probably stemming from the fact I haven't eaten properly in 3 weeks, right? I had the entire Caesar salad, and then I had 2 more hot dogs. And then I had, like, those microwave hot dogs, right? Whatever. But still, that's a lot of food. Took me over an hour, but I wasn't freaking out over it, so that's great. Much. We're fucked. 2 subs and a destroyer. I guess at least I don't have to repair.
remorse, no fear.
The sub is a lot of fun though. I had enough goal ship for either a Napoli, a Moskva, or a U4501, and I took the Napoli. I'm kind of sad I didn't take the U4501. But the Napoli is great too, so don't get me wrong. But then, the Cross of Dorn came out, like literally 4 hours later, and I'm like... Yeah, exactly. To be fair, one's tier 8, the other's tier 10. That's a giant difference, right? True. Yeah, the fucking Dorn is gonna be amazing for it. Especially now, I get 200% Commander. Like, I really want to be playing it right now. Because I've got 30 days of it giving me massive amounts of experience, free experience, and Commander experience. Sadly not credits, I wish, but... But I also want to get this fucking... This goddamn, quest done. DDs are awesome, dude. Especially like the torping DDs. I love that shit. I'm just so fucking bad with them. That was kinda shallow. Oh, no, that's bad. Fuck. I need to see that one in the back again. They're already past him. Son of a cunt! We're about to die. and then everything missed. I don't get that sometimes, dude. They're not that homing, bro. They're really not. Come on, bro. This is such horseshit. You want to be a good cruiser sailor? Get across the door. Easy money. Gap up.
We are called by the Emperor for a sacred duty, and we shall not fail him. He fought with honor, brothers. Torpedoes to starboard! Torpedoes to starboard! Torpedoes to starboard! Torpedoes to port! Torpedoes direct front!
Guess where the sub is.
Enemy cruiser spotted. Exercise caution, brother. Torpedoes to starboard!
Oh my god. Figures.
Torpedoes to starboard. Confirmed. Torpedoes dead ahead. Torpedoes dead ahead. Victory is slipping for our glass brothers. Fight harder. Our foe has the advantage, Commander.
We're already past it.
Victory is slipping for our glass brothers. Fight harder. Deck Marines report successful repair, Commander.
We did all right. It is really fun, actually. I'm not gonna lie. The only downside is you have to get the tier 6. But that doesn't take really too long. You blast press the first few tiers. But it is pretty fun. Everyone else hates you, but you know, like it is what it is. Fuck my life, 3 destroyers. Destroyers are bad news. What's up, Dodo? Damn, it was worth a try. I gave myself away though. I think that was pretty good. Nice, he almost got him. Hey! How did it still what? And everything missed. That's such horseshit. Leon! That's what you get. Yeah, she was fucking with the cable. Wait, how? It's right there. How did I lose sight already? Okay, they didn't. I die now, though. I'm out of error. I definitely did my duty, dude. I fucked both of these guys up.
Restore the hull integrity now! Torpedoes astern! Torpedoes to starboard!
Oh wow, it's still going for that one. I did my duty. 50k damage, nearly two battleships sunk. Looking good on this one. Might actually make some credits off of this. And why is this guy stopped? For a second there, I thought the game froze.
The Emperor does not like cowards.
He's skipping, by the way. Just so you guys know. He's got him on that one. Oh, that's why. See if we can't find some more drama.
A West Hollywood pot shop owned by actor Woody Harrelson and TV host Bill Maher was hit by smash and grab thieves early Saturday morning. They shattered the store's glass doors to gain entry and filled trash bags with thousands of dollars in merchandise.
Bill Maher has gotten a lot of heat for talking about problems within the Democratic Party, and among the problems that Bill Maher often discusses are problems with the state of California. You have a beautiful state, what he calls his own personal paradise, that has been ruined by Democratic governance over the course of years, and Bill has highlighted things like trying to get his solar hooked up, which took 3+ years despite the fact that he's a celebrity, and he's asked and interviewed politicians like Governor Gavin Newsom about it, and all sorts of other issues that he's had just in general with California's regulatory environment. But also touched upon by Bill Maher are the problems associated with the defund the police movement, the rampant criminality that has spawned from criminal justice reforms pushed by those Democratic politicians, and a perfect distillation of him not being able to escape the impacts of Democratic governance even within his own state is this recent report of his own.
Let's see if we can swing around a little bit. Hopefully their destroyer isn't having the same idea.
A smash and grab robbery that we've seen multiple different videos of in the state of California with a bunch of teens, and by the way, one of the suspects is actually described as a child taking his merchandise worth thousands of dollars, and guess what? This isn't even the first time that it's occurred. So that's what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Okay.
So we're going to have to change how we do business in California. We're going to have to address people's legitimate concerns about crime. I was in South San Francisco 2 years ago after I had an experience in the city that all too many people had, when my luggage was stolen out of my car. They tell you don't ever leave your luggage in the car. I never do until the one time I did. And of course, it got stolen.
So this is Adam Schiff, the now senator for the state of California, former congressman, recounting a story from 2 years ago when he actually had his vehicle broken into in the city of San Francisco because he made the mistake of having luggage in his vehicle when he tried to make a quick stop at Target in order to get toiletries that he needed based on the short stay that he was going to have within the city. Now, of course, Adam Schiff ends up talking about how, oh, what was really crazy is that in this South San Francisco Target, I had to get the toiletries unlocked for me. I ended up asking for a bag later on, the little Target bullseye bag, and I told the clerk that, of course, this was going to be my luggage for the next few days, and then she asked what happened. He ends up explaining it to her, and then she tells him basically that Democrats are a-holes, and this is why it happened to him.
First of all, I had to get the clerk, which is hard to find, to unlock the shampoo or the whatever. So that's one thing. And then I get to the cashier. The cashier asked me if I want one of those Target bags with a little bullseye on it. And I said, yes, that Target bag is going to be my luggage for the next 2 days. And she asked me what happened, and I told her. And she basically said, in not so many words, yeah, Democrats are and I thought, you know, if the cashier in South San Francisco at 10 o'clock at night believes that Democrats are assholes because the shampoo is locked up and my stuff got stolen out of the trunk, we've got a major problem.
Now, of course, this is obviously an attitude that is reflected amongst the voting patterns of Californians. Statewide, they moved dramatically to the right for the evil orange men in the 2024 election. They actually voted for Prop 36, which ended up repealing Prop 47 from 10 years ago, which essentially decriminalized a bunch of different petty crimes, including petty theft, that allows people to get arrested, get released, commit the same crime, you get arrested, and never face any consequences for those actions. And your average voter on the street, I'm not surprised by that, blames the Democrats for the policies that they
No
enforce.
fucking
And
way.
again, this has shown up repeatedly in their voting patterns. They voted out in a recall election Mayor Sheng Tao of Oakland. They voted out in a recall election the district attorney for Alameda County, which covers Oakland, Pamela Price. They did the same thing for Chesapeake Inn, the woke district attorney that covered San Francisco. They did the same thing in a regular election for London Breed because obviously these people are absolutely sick of it, and you know it's bad when you have Democratic senators trying to pander to somebody as left-wing as Bill Maher, talking about how they need to address crime in the Democratic Party. Well, guess what? Bill Maher is once again victimized by the state of California, by the party that he chooses to support.
That's right, the break-in happened over the weekend, and one of the suspects looks to be a child. Now, it's not the first time the business has been targeted by thieves, but the business owners tell me they plan to make it the last.
And while some of you find this to be hilarious or just desserts, you know, you get what you vote for, I genuinely find this to be sad because the voters are making it clear when they vote for something like Prop 36, the voters are making it clear when they vote for a new district attorney for LA County, who's essentially a Republican in that he
Some of the
ran
players
for
in this game are crazy though.
as a Republican, hiding
It's
as
like,
an
bro,
independent.
do you play
because
anything
in
else
reality,
at all?
The people want change, but unfortunately, even with these high-profile crimes, even with celebrities being victimized, nothing is going to change in terms of how the Democrats are going to act because they've always had the power to fix these issues. They just refuse to do so. So essentially, we have to wait based on the new district attorney, based on the ballot initiatives and whatnot, but it's not really going to undo the damage because they still have problems related to the fact that they can't send
And no
people
one
to
was shooting
prison
him.
for a
Well,
whole
no,
host
that's not
of
true. One guy was
offenses.
shooting him.
And because of that, they end up going to the county jail, and because the county jail is overcrowded, as we talked about with the snake burglar who committed 76 felony burglaries and was convicted of it, they end up getting released onto the streets.
They finally fled after being met by an armed security guard.
Another thing that I find interesting about this particular case is that according to the local news, these burglars were eventually scared away by an armed security guard who, of course, ended up spotting them at this 4 a.m. robbery. And even though there was a bunch of them, even though the security guard was in fact armed, he didn't really use that to prevent the robbery. And the reason why is because of a case that we talked about on this channel before, which was in fact the Banco Brown case out of San Francisco, where you had this trans individual attack a security guard, end up charging that security guard. The transes ended up getting shot and killed, and then San Francisco ended up responding by limiting the ability of armed security guards to engage with suspects using their arms. That was the consequence of a justified shooting against a criminal, a repeat offender, who was getting violent with the security guard over merchandise that they were trying to steal from a Walgreens. So again, California, absolute mess in every possible
dispensary and lounge was ransacked early Saturday morning by an
Meanwhile, in said pathetic lands,
sped up security video shows a group of 5 thieves breaking into the shop around 4:30 a.m.
Now look, I know a lot of people on the right have turned against marijuana legalization. They
Volume.
talk about the fact that you smell marijuana all
That's actually the lowest it'll go.
metropolitan areas that have legalized it. But the fact is, I am not among those people who have decided to go with the winds. I am not somebody who uses marijuana. I don't like the smell of it, but I do think it should be legalized, and I'm happy that it is in fact legalized in the state of California, especially because they demonstrate how the state can actually lose money and end up juicing the illegal market more so through a legalized program, based on the fact that Democrats can't run anything. Again, criminals have been profiting off of marijuana for decades in this country while it was illegal, but the state of California has made it to such a point where you can't really make all that good money off of it.
This is a sanctuary where people can come during their rough days and feel like they've had a mini vacation.
But that being said, one of the things that I don't like about marijuana culture is people like this, where he's like, this is supposed to be a sanctuary. Look at my Buddha statue behind you. We are a sanctuary with this pot lounge, and it's just a space for everybody to kind of chill out and relax and be cool and get robbed time and time again, because guess what? It's the state of California, and you can't have nice things.
Michael Berman is one of the partners who co-owns the shop. Other high-profile partners include Woody Harrelson and Bill Maher.
My celebrity partners here are Woody Harrelson, Bill Maher, and John McEnroe.
Have you heard from any of them?
All of them. Yeah, all of them. Everybody's very upset.
That's because close to $3,000 worth of goods were stolen. The thieves used a screwdriver to break through the front windows.
So we get a little bit of a breakdown of the crime. You have all these youths pull up into the parking lot. They don't park in the handicap space, but they do park in the wheelchair shoulder. For those of you who are unaware, this little line right here that's next to the handicap space, the reason you're not supposed to park there is because that's so the wheelchair could get there. I'm just educating you guys right here. And they end up doing a traditional smash and grab with the screwdriver. And again, they should have an alarm system. But as we've seen time and time again in a bunch of these left-wing areas, the police do not respond quick enough.
There's more and more businesses in the neighborhood that are failing, more and more businesses that are getting robbed, vandalized. I would just consider ourselves lucky that the vandalism was to a minimum.
Now again, this co-owner with Bill Maher and Woody Harrelson talks about how businesses in this neighborhood are often targeted. They're being put out of business, and I think this is another great example of how crime actually drives poverty, not the other way around. The reason these people are stealing is because they know that there's lax law enforcement, they're looking for a quick buck, and the impact is that it changes the culture of this neighborhood. It ends up adding additional costs to a bunch of businesses that, guess what, don't have a celebrity backer, and an already highly regulated environment like California, that can be absolutely devastating, especially when, again, most of these other businesses are often competing with online retailers that don't have to experience these same kind of problems. Once again, we see on display for us that a neighborhood is going to hell due to the fact that crime is completely unchecked, and I hope that the LA County District Attorney, the new guy that's in office, ends up sticking to his word and prosecuting these people to the fullest extent of the law, unlike the previous person. But again, after years and years of soft on crime policy being enforced, not just through Prop 47, but again through other machinations of—
It's like I have the idea down, just my timings is very off.
So we see that a lot of the damage isn't going to be undone. A lot of people's livelihoods are forever lost, and for what? In order to pander to the criminal, which in reality is just cruelty to the victim.
One of the suspects appears to have been a child.
One of the things that surprised me is one of the 5 people was really small, and the way he moved had to have been a child, had to be about 8 years old. which is absolutely shocking.
So again, the co-owner says that
so
it's
fucked.
absolutely shocking that a children's would be involved with this particular break-in. And I just want to point out for everybody out there in the audience, while it might sound surprising in your neighborhood, while it might sound unusual among the people that you hang out with, this is not surprising at all whatsoever. One of the stories that I'm considering doing a video on is about a carjacking or a group of assaults that are going on in Baltimore, and in both those cases, they are reporting that at least one of the suspects happens to be an 8-year-old, because guess what? All the soft on crime stuff that we've done for adults, we've actually tripled up on that in terms of juvenile cases, and now a bunch of gangs and criminal organizations are responding by sending the kids out there to do the crime on their behalf, because guess what?
Well, I got
they
one.
won't face any consequences for it. So nobody should be surprised by this. In fact, it's happening ever more frequently in this country, and it's absolutely disgusting.
Surveillance video shows another attempted break-in at a different dispensary the next day. This one happened at Urban Markets, a West LA dispensary. An armed security guard thwarted the attempt by firing at the suspects. The Woods is now planning to beef up their own security.
We're not going to sit by idly. We have new gates being installed in the front. We are augmenting our alarm system to make it extra loud, so the next time somebody tries to break in, the entire neighborhood's going to know it.
So we hear about another robbery at a nearby dispensary, and of course, this particular robbery
It's about to happen.
stopped
I just
cold
wish
dead in its tracks due to the
that
fact
first
that they had
salvo
an
would have
armed
hit. I
security
would have
guard
gotten
who
like
was
a
willing
good.
to
I
fire
might
his
have like.
weapon upon
I
a
wouldn't
group
have
of
killed it, but
suspects. And yes, this is
would've
another
hurt.
instance of a defensive use of firearm that ends up preventing a crime, and I'm hopeful, based on the fact that they have a new district attorney in LA
This is why you
County,
level up
that
from
this
low
security
rank,
guard
right?
is not
Don't just get
charged
a
with the
top
crime
tier
for
premium.
fighting off these robbers and using the tools at his disposal in an appropriate way in order to do so.
You
Again,
learn.
maybe Bill Maher's team should not worry about getting high definition footage of the criminals, should maybe invest more in not electric alarms, but having somebody who's armed, who's ready to go, who's ready to stop the criminals as soon as they approach, because this appears to be the most effective deterrent. But of course, I want to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments below. Obviously, Bill Maher has already kind of been on this track of criticizing.
That was a funsy one, right? Well, sort of. There's another one that says, "Teens blind man for fun." We're not clicking on that. That's way too downy. Top 5 credit printers.
Hello, good people of YouTube. Mountbatten here. And today, for your weekly top 5 video, we are going over my top 5 credit printing premium ships. As I'm sure most of you found out a few months into your time with Wood Warships, credits are the actual real grind in the game. Sure, you need XP to unlock that next ship or that next module, but you gotta use credits to buy it. And you spend credits at the end of every match repairing and rearming your ship and resupplying your signal flags if you're using credits for that, so you'll find yourself very quickly in a pinch for credits if you don't have a fantastic series of games, which, as we know, at high tier, the quality of games are very inconsistent, shall we say. But in today's video, we're going over 5 ships that, in my humble opinion, once you get a good solid grasp of how to play them, they will have absolutely no problem printing you credits. So, with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get on into it. So, before we do that, though, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already. Appeasing our YouTube algorithm overlords is, well, half of doing YouTube now, so we must appease them.
More like 80%.
Down below as well.
Sucks.
The algorithm loves to see that.
I should
Let's
make
go
more
ahead and
videos
get going
too.
now
I
with
know.
Number 5, which is the Tier 9
I've been playing too much warships.
German battleship, the Pommern. Now, Pommern is at number 5 for a couple of reasons. So while I do believe it is one of the best credit printing ships in game, it's the best in many a mode that's usually not random battles. If you have a good random battle game in Pommern, don't get me wrong, it's going to print credits. It's a Tier 9, it's got the Tier 9 premium ship economy bolted onto it. But obviously, higher tier random battles don't really develop into Pommern's favor in a lot of cases. However, we have no shortage of temporary events and other modes that Pommern does so well in. Like right now with the Unbreakable Line temporary mode. you can very easily be clearing 1,000,000+ credits per round in the Pommern if you have a solid round.
It's
which
fucking
isn't
stopped,
really hard
you
for the
fucking
Pommern
cunt.
to do since it's geared towards brawling. You get the German secondary
too late
guns,
now.
you get torpedoes, you get, well,
Maybe I can get
all
the guy
good
behind
stuff
him.
The Germans get that make them great at brawling. The armor, the HP, the AP, it's got 12 15-inch guns, which, while yes, a small caliber at tier 9, that's a lot of guns at tier 9 to be
Son of a
bringing into a
bitch.
battle, especially in the Unbreakable line. And of course too, when Asymmetrics comes back, it is another fantastic mode for Pommern to be in. And plus, she's also just downright good in things like brawls and ranked. When those modes are up and running, she's great for that as well, and those modes tend to reward you quite well when you do win, of course. But either way, in any of these temporary modes, Pommern is great, let alone when Airship Escort also comes around too. She's great in those modes. So since you have a ship that's so darn good in those modes, she's a fantastic ship to pick up, because usually one of those modes is running at any given time. Like right now, Unbreakable line's running. Of course, we have random battles too, brawls as well. Then of course they'll rotate in and out the temporary battle modes. So there's usually some mode that's running that Pommern can and will print credits in quite easily. Now,
that's pretty good though.
It's going to be as easy as Asymmetrics, where you smack W and just let your secondaries go to work. No, of course not. You're going to have to put in a little bit of the work there, but it is definitely a good ship when you got all that going for you in those temporary modes. And of course too, if you do of course have a good random battles in Pommern, it will easily print you a nice tidy profit of credits. It's of course better if you have legions to slap on your Pommern and you get that boost to your secondary reload time, which she had 100 secondary battery hits, and she's just all around an excellent ship. She's got me through many a round of rank before, and I can't recommend
this guy got a torp or what?
And she is a free ship. You can pick her up for coal in the armory as well, so that's
Fucking
why
idiots.
she's at number 5. She's a good credit printing ship, but of course you can't, well, again, you can use her randoms, but randoms isn't really.
And now we
often
observe a
the Pommern
fascinating
moment.
evolutionary leap. PJ, once content to rage solely at the cruel seas of World of Warships, has developed a new adaptation, furious contempt for YouTube tutorials. Yes, even videos attempting to help him min-max have become targets of his ire. A true marvel of nature raging at both
ire?
the game and those trying to help him play
What am
it
I
better.
iring about? Oh my god, the damage. Ow. I was just curious, man.
With all these secondary battle modes, these
And
temporary
we're playing
modes
World of
going,
Warships.
she's
It seemed
definitely a
appropriate,
highlight
no?
in those modes when it comes to
a
generating
little loud,
credits.
though.
So, well, that's why she's back at number 5 for me at least. But again, still 100% worth getting in my humble opinion. Going on down to number 4, we have a ship that's much more well suited for the higher tier meta when it comes to farming credits. That is, of course, the tier 9
We're
premium
fucked.
Japanese large cruiser, the Azuma. The Azuma is a ship you really can't leave off of any credit printing list because, well, it's just so easy to use in these modes. I mean, you hit one, you sit at the back of the map, you use your accurate Japanese guns.
They're really good,
you burn
yeah.
things down with your Japanese HE, with the high HE alpha.
It makes
and the
ChatGPT
fire
be working him.
Rinse, wash, and repeat. Azuma is probably one of the easiest cruisers when it comes to credit farming in terms of like the guns, because the guns are just so good for it. Now, of course, the downside of the Azuma is that, well, it's the Azuma and you have basically no armor, so when you do catch some shells in return, especially if they're battleship caliber shells, it's more than likely going to hurt. Oddly enough though, when I went to record footage for the Azuma, I forgot to swap back to random battles, so I wound up playing a round of the Unbreakable line with the Azuma, and oddly enough, it did okay, which was really weird. I think, you know, I got to see the other side of the Azuma, and that its AP is still quite good. The HE, of course, is what everyone talks about when you talk about the Azuma, because again, it does have that great Japanese HE with the high HE alpha damage and the good fire chance and all that jazz, but the AP is also no slouch either and shouldn't really be slept on, because when you do have some cruisers show your broadside, or even a battleship show your broadside from medium-ish range, you know, there are still 305mm guns, right? The AP shells do very much hurt, and So definitely shouldn't be slept on here as well. Now, of course, I'm not saying go and spam AP at everything. No, of course not. The HE is what you're probably going to be primarily using in the Azuma. But again, if something pops up medium-ish range, if you have their broadside, yeah, use it AP. If it's a cruiser, you can probably Citadel it. If it's a battleship, you can chunk its upper belt or its extremities with that AP. But of course, in many a case, you are just going to sit back and spam HE.
Full speed ahead.
It's a very boring playstyle, the Azuma, but it does of course
Aye,
get
Captain.
results, 'cause
Full
yet again,
speed
it
ahead.
is a tier 9 premium ship. The tier 9 premium economy is the best economy in game.
I'm
So
giving her
naturally,
all
when you have a
she's
ship
got,
that can't farm
Captain.
damage like the Azuma
She
can
cannot
farm
take
damage,
anymore.
It's going to print credits, no problem. Of course, too, that high HE alpha damage also makes it excellent for dealing with destroyers. And the way that the game rewards you your performance, it looks at the damage you do to the target ship's HP overall. So considering this is a ship that can easily wipe out half of a destroyer's HP in a single salvo, wiping out that amount of HP off of a destroyer in a single salvo, that's like doing that exact same amount of damage to a GK, and it rewards you the same. So yeah, considering this is a ship that can like 2-tap most higher tier destroyers, pretty good credit farmer there.
Johnson,
for
check
sure.
it
But
out.
again, very boring, so that's why it's at number 4 on this list, but it definitely will do the job for you. All right, going on our way down now to number 3. We
Austin
have the
Powers
Tier 9
never gets
premium
old.
American battleship, the Kearsarge. I was about to say CV, caught myself there. It is technically a mix of the two, of course, but yeah, it's a battleship and it should be played as a battleship, and that's how you get the best performance out of the Kearsarge anyway. But yeah, the Kearsarge, this is a ship that, again, if you're talking about best credit printing ships in the game, can't really leave her off of the list because she is simply one of the best ships.
Colonel, you better take a look at this radar. What is it, son? I don't know, sir. But it looks like a giant dick.
Yeah. Take a look out of starboard.
Oh my god, it looks like a huge...
Pecker! Oh, yeah. Wait, that's not a woodpecker. It looks like someone's...
Privates! We have reports of an unidentified flying object. It is a long, smooth shaft, complete with two balls.
What is that? That looks just like an enormous...
Two balls.
Wings. Pay attention.
I was distracted by that enormous flying...
Willie.
Yeah.
What's that? It looks like a giant...
Wiener? Any of you kids want another wiener?
Dad? What's that?
I don't know, son, but it's got great big
Nuts! Hot, salty nuts! Who wants them? Lord Almighty!
That looks just like my husband's.
One-eyed monster! Step right up and see the one-eyed monster!
Hey, what's that? It looks like a big...
Woody! Woody Harrelson? Can I have your autograph?
Sure, no problem. Oh, my lord. Look at that thing.
So big.
I've seen bigger. That's just a little prick.
I forgot about the last one. Oh my god. Okay. This cocoa tastes like shit. That's because it is shit, Austin. Oh. I don't know how old I was when that came out, but I nearly puked, bro. Like, that was so fucking nasty. Oh. Fuckers. I don't know how to read the sonar thing. I don't know what's what. 12 seconds for the sonar underwater. No, I know. No. That's more like it, right? That's more... What? How did I miss? There we go. I might get lucky. Get your ass out of my fucking game, bitch. I did 800 damage, but it was enough. Let's go. This is more like, I know it's called sonar, but it's more like a, yeah, for the homing thing. Consider it like a laser painter. The submarine surveillance is more the sonar, really. Yeah. Or like a tagger, you know. It's a tag torpedo. If it hits it, the thing gets tagged and then sends out a message. Please hit me, and then the torpedoes try and hit it. But this one detects submarines at maximum periscope depth. This one sends out more of like an active ping. I feel like this one should have been torpedo, sonar, and this one should have been something else. You know? Fuck. Stupid fucking planes. Oh. Oh, it's behind. Okay. Let's look away. Oh, no, no. Oh my god, my torpedoes disappeared. Crazy. Not this time. He overcorrected. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Look how lucky these people are, man. Unfucking real. They rammed each other. Well, one heat. Yeah, I know, I saw that. Yeah, primer still going on. Didn't even need the ping. Get fucked. Sometimes I just get instantly murked. And it depends. Here's the problem. I cannot ASW. I cannot ping the the CV because the ASW will just completely obliterate me. Maybe two? No. Oh, this time ran out. Damn. Three destroyed. I need 4 for the dockyard. Oh, I almost had it. Damn. Verdammte Scheiße. By devotion. Cover your ears. There's like literally no volume slider for that. I can make it louder. Oh, actually. Is that better? That's like 70%. Why can I see that? What's the planes? It's like, there's no way that I'm spotting that. I don't know how to read this.
Here we witness PJ engaging in a most perilous ritual, blasting a Warhammer war horn directly into the ears of his unsuspecting viewers. A bold move, some might say reckless, like poking a sleeping badger with a stick he is quite literally playing with fire.
I'm a big fan of the Emperor's stick. Okay, at least we hit one of those.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Lucky fucker. You speak such blasphemy. Hang on. I don't actually have this on the deck yet. Hang on.
trauma charge.
Oh, well done, PJ. I know I'm not that nice to you for good reasons, by the way, but that
Fealty of
foghorn
the
would
God
have even woken
Emperor,
up Sleepy Joe.
our undying
So good
Lord,
job. I need
and
to
by the
remind
grace
you,
of the
though,
Golden
submarines
Throne,
should stay stealthy and not blast
I
the
declare
horn.
exterminatus upon the imperial world of Typhon Primaris. I hereby sign the death warrant of an entire world and consign 1 billion souls to oblivion. May imperial justice account in all balance. The Emperor protects.
The Emperor protects. Bro, this thing needs to stop coming my way because I'm gonna need the surface 20 seconds from now. And I need to be 5 clicks away from anything. 5.7, I'm fucked. In that case... YOLO swag McSugar tits. Oh. This guy's guessing, but damn. His guesses aren't half bad, man. Oh, that would have been too funny, bro. I had to try. I had to try. guy's riding the edge. Scum. Please kill him. Oh. It's going up all right up until then. Oh no, I should have done that. Too late nu.
No pity, no no remorse, no fear.
Ow. Those guys were helpful as fuck. Wow. Is this thing serious? Come on. Whatever. Where the fuck are these people going, dude? You gotta protect the fucking coast first, retards. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I hate... Why even do operations if you're just not gonna participate at all? I should've just let them kill the base, dude. Useless fucking... Ugh. Do you mind? Just everyone on my shots. can't get a Citadel, sadly. Whew. That was a bit of a scrap. Ah. I was hoping some would get through. Crying out loud, stupid fucking islands. Go away. I've been murdering islands the whole night, man. The pills are in full working action right now, dude. Holy shit. My consciousness is lagging like behind again. We should win this. Our sacrifice was worth it, brothers. Another glorious supply run for the Emperor. Ooh, nice. Oh, nice. See, why can't I have that with the fucking submarines, man? Almost. The only downside of this one, you don't have a thing to open your crates if you go to... You go to containers, it's just it goes to here, but nothing happens. Otherwise, I'd like this one. I think this one had the same issue. Sucks. Because at least when you do ocean, there's a supply ship right there, and then when you go to containers, it goes to the supply ship. The thing right there, you know. Thing is, I'm not sure if those are mods or just like half-assed ports for the event.
This is the base commander. We expect the arrival of transport and attack squadrons. Strike aircraft will ensure support during the embarkation and evacuation on transport aircraft. Warship commanders, clear the most direct route for the aircraft in the specified sectors.
Oh no, it's going slow. Fuck. Oh, it's going really slow. Not that slow. So much information, and I still like choose to ignore it.
Ah, yes, we appear to be in Joe's stream, or so we thought, yet on closer inspection there's some jackass in a Pip-Boy yapping incessantly about warships. No Joe in sight, just confusion, bewilderment. A natural misdirection in the Twitch wilds. Truly, nature is chaos.
I'm like deeply hurt, man. So what do you mean some jackass? That hurts my feelings. Gonna make me take antidepressants. They're actually lying around here somewhere. It's for sleeping. My god, my ship is edging me. Oh shit!
General quarters. The aerodrome is in maximum danger. An enemy ship has entered the base area. Destroy her.
Well, I guess. Oh, thank God. That was the game. Timing.
Aircraft have arrived. Proceed to evacuation. Protect the aerodrome until embarkation is finished and the transport aircraft leave base Rohan.
Oh my god. Who remembers the Sega Dreamcast? Although technically I remember this originally from the arcades. Sorry, Sega Saturn.
Let's go away from Daytona, USA. Come on.
Daytona. Wait for it. Let's go away. The course is really tough, but it's a beautiful day, so good luck. It makes no sense because it's a Japanese guy, right? But it's so fucking hilarious. This is my childhood right here, bro. Let me show you how old I really am. In a minute. I have a brilliant idea. £10 if you get the game. I'm fairly confident nearly no one will get this one. Although it was quite popular at the time. Boink, and now he dies. Took longer than I thought. $1,000 per game is not bad for free XP, dude. Can't help but notice ain't nobody have a guess yet. How do I give a hint without spoiling it? No. Well, kinda yes, but no. It's from the Sega Mega Drive era. I think this one is like 96.
This is Space Commander. Support ship approaching the second battery line.
So you weren't far off with the beat 'em up thing, right? There is a beat 'em up part to it. Road Rash, yeah. Huge fan of that game, dude. There's a spin-off of this one that I really liked as well. Yeah, same. I had it on the Mega Drive. Including the spin-off. There's a spin-off. I'm not sure if it was from the same guys, probably not. I've never beaten it. I've probably beaten it, I just can't remember. It's not that easy. You have to like really grind for the better bikes. I have Road Redemption. I'm pretty sure I do. If it's the one I think it is. Yeah, I have Road Redemption. There's a clip of it on my channel where I just like randomly, actually, I placed a C4 while someone was coming by and it was perfectly timed, completely by accident. I used to play the fuck out of this game, dude. You'll see why. I was a blader as well, right? Back in the day. Blading, skating, BMXing, all of that shit. I've done this in real life. Probably not my smartest moments, but who gave a fuck? I was like 14. No, skitching. Like hanging behind the car? Is that called catching over there? Yeah. The craziest thing I've ever done was with my friends when we both had, when we were, I think I was like 19, 20, 21. We worked at a local event hosted, and we did like the parking lot, like, you know, let's say the event started at like 8, we were there at 5 on the parking, getting ready to collect all the money and stuff. And, like, park the cars, tell them where to park. But the first 2 hours were usually just us sitting there and like just bored out of our fucking minds. And it started from like basically after all the cars are there, we used to have like a couple of people as like security, just walking around, seeing that nothing's getting stolen, etc. Which was an impossible task, I might add. And we were so fucking bored out of our minds that it started out with just sitting on the windowsill and like looking over the cars to see if anyone was like walking through the cars or anything. You know what I mean? And then that evolved from standing up through the hood roof, sitting on top of the hood roof, lying, holding on to the hood roof. Lying on the windshield, holding on to the hood roof, right, with your legs to the bumper, to eventually upside down, holding on to the hoods where the hood, like where it opened up back in the days, right, where the hood went open. When you have the car you're driving, right, your hood opens away from you, and now it's towards you, but this one opened away from you. So there's like a little, you could grab onto it, right? And when grab on, head up into the air, feet towards the headrest, and like just hold on, and like just, and we were going like 80, bro. Like it was just, oh, that's probably the dumbest shit I've ever done in my life. It's hilarious to talk about now, but oh my god, we were fucking retards, dude. Like, one fucking mistake and someone would have died, bro. But it was really fun at the time. I was so engrossed in my story that I haven't shot in like 5 minutes. Yeah, that happened very little. We usually like try and hide and hide, which makes it even more dangerous because, you know, obviously he doesn't know you're there. If he breaks, you just slam into it. Happened a couple of times. Not to me, thankfully. Yeah, exactly. I can't believe how dumb we were when we were kids, bro. It's like, you really think you're invulnerable, dude? Like, nothing's gonna happen to you. Right. Don't get me wrong, if I was that age, I'd do it all over again, right? But I'm old and much more wise now, and I know what it is to suffer. crap. Real life has a habit of waking you up, right? Okay, I feel like I was instrumental in losing that game because I was just talking and reliving my youth while not shooting at all. I think I shot like 5 times. Oops. Yeah, I know, right? I don't think I will. Like, I can already... like I said, I skated, I bladed, I BMX'd. I can't feel my knees already, dude. I'm 40. When I stand up, it's like... If I'm crouched for more than like 10 seconds and I stand up... Like, I can still do what this guy's doing right there. Like, the crouching and stuff like that, right? It's the getting up part that's the problem. Like, after years and years and years of using my knees as shock dampeners, they kinda given out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pretty much basically like that. Let me go to the bathroom and I have to, like, close everything down for the house because it's getting dark. I have to act like somebody's home, right? I don't want some dude breaking in. Hurry. Oh, I left the video running. Ironically, I was never good with like heights, so I never did anything like that. I didn't mean to leave that running. Oh, I gotta watch this movie, dude. I love Japanese movies, Asian movies in general. Look, look. There's the guy that you were talking about, dude. It's not a sword, but you know, like I said, you weren't far off. I love watching it from the other guy's perspective, right? Like German war movies, Japanese war movies. Or just like a really, really good one, collaboration like Tora Tora Tora, you know? Back in the day when you could still see what you're shooting at. They don't make war movies like they used to, dude. What's the last good war movie you remember? I don't even. Like Saving Private Ryan? Right? That wasn't really a war movie. That was a drama set in a war. There's a difference. What's that one movie with the runner? 1914? 1918? That was alright. Notice the war stopped for his death scene. Oh no, there it is. For a second there. Oh, yo, that was real footage. Holy shit. That's real colorized footage. That's kind of cool. I love it when they do that. So I don't know anything about that game, so I'm guessing the answer isn't really gonna make sense to me either. Dude, Rogue Heroes is such a good. Yeah, I haven't seen. I've seen first couple episodes of season 2 that I've seen. Where they have to like assault Italy, and then they had to leave like the guys that were driving behind, and then some Germans are like shooting the fucking. Shooting the guys in the water, and then they fucking get super mad at that, dude. We're the ones who let them. Their debts are on us, not on you, and it just smirked the fuck out of them. Like I thought that was like a cool little ad. I could totally like. It's totally believable, you know. I love the part in season 1 too, when they go into the airfields, and the dude just like strolls up into the fucking when they're having a party, strolls in, evening, and just fucking blasts everybody, dude. Holy fucking shit, bro. That's not psychotic at all. Ah, they fucking got the one. Anyway, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why I turned that on. I saw it. I clicked it. Automatism. My bad. Let's actually focus on the game. You know. Maybe we'll do better then. True. That's how Germany lost. They had a shit ton of planes, but no pilots. It's also why, supposedly, some of the Japanese strafed pilots in their parachutes. That's never been like actually. That's like a open rumor. Well,
Here, 0900 hours for your basic training. Crikey, I'm looking forward to today. Up, diddly up, down, diddly down. Whoops, poop, twiddly dee. Decent scrap with a fiendish Red Baron, bit of a jolly old crash landing behind enemy lines, capture, torture, escape, and then back home in time for tea and medals.
George, who's using the family brain cell at the moment? This is just the beginning of the training. The beginning of 5 long months of very clever, very dull men looking at machinery.
Hey, girls, look at my machinery! Enter the man who has no underwear. Ask me why. Why do you have no underwear, Lord Flash? Because the pants haven't been built yet that'll take the job on. And that's the type of guy who's doing the training around here. Sit down. Well, 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 if it isn't old Captain Slackbladder.
Blackadder.
Couldn't resist it, eh, Slackbladder? Told you thought I was great. All right, men, let's do it! The first thing to remember is, always treat your kite like you treat your woman. How do you mean, sir? Do you mean take her home at the weekend to meet your mother? No, I mean get inside her 5 times a day and take her to heaven and back.
I'm beginning to see why the suffragette movement want the vote.
Hey, any bird who wants to chain herself to my railings and suffer a jet movement gets my vote. Right, well, I'll see you in 10 minutes for takeoff.
Hang on. What about the months of training?
Hey, wet pants! This isn't the Women's Auxiliary Balloon Corps. You're in the 20-minuters now.
Sir?
Yes,
sir.
Pratt at the back.
I think we'd all be intrigued to know why you called the 20-minuters.
Oh, Mr. Thicker, imagine not knowing that. Well, it's simple. The average life expectancy for a new pilot is 20 minutes.
Ah.
Life expectancy of 20 minutes.
That's right. Goggles on, chocks away, last one back's a homo. Hooray!
So, we take off in 10 minutes. We're in the air for 20 minutes. Which means we should be dead by 25 to 10.
Harry Blighter, sir. This is a bit of a turn up for the +4s.
Shouldn't worry about it too much, Beggar. Flying's all about navigation. As long as you've got a good navigator, I'm sure you'll be fine.
I swear, dude, it's Blackadder. I know I've told you about it before. You have to watch it. It is so fucking good. Like, Baldric is the dumbest fucking guy in the last season, but in the first season... Let's see. Baldric... First season to last. I mean, it's like roughly the same time. Oh, no, it's Mr. Bean and Dr. House. That's who that was. Mr. Bean, Dr. House. Like, in the first season, Blackadder's like this complete nitwit. And every subsequent season, he gets smarter. Where, when the last season, when they're in World War One, he's like the smartest guy in the room. And Baldric is the opposite. In the first season, he's like the smartest guy in the room, and in the last season, he's just this complete brainless imbecile. Like, you have to watch him, dude. It's so good. Blackadder.
Do you mind if I disturb you for a moment, sir?
No, not at all. My diary's pretty empty this week. Let's see. Thursday morning, get shot.
Yes, that's about it, actually.
Oh, good. It's just there's a few chaps out here would like a bit of a chin wag.
Oh, lovely. Always keen to meet new people.
Corporal Jones and Privates
Hello.
Fraser,
Nice to meet you.
Robinson and Tipplewhite.
Hello, Private. Hello. Well, nice of you to drop by. And what do you do?
We're your firing squad, sir.
Of course you are.
Good-sized chest. Shut up, lad. Sir. You see, us firing squads are a bit like taxmen, sir. Everyone hates us, but we're just doing our job, ain't we, lads?
My heart bleeds for you.
Well, sir, we aim to please. Just a little firing squad joke there, sir.
You see, sir, we take pride in the terminatory service we supply. So is there any particular area you'd like us to go for? Huh? We can aim anywhere.
Well, in that case, just above my head might be a good spot.
You see a laugh and a smile.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the job
Yeah, but that's like a thing. Yeah, I know.
doesn't seem quite so bad after all, does it, sir?
It's a lovely, roomy forehead. Yeah, good pulsing jugular there as well.
Look, I'm sorry. I know you mean to be friendly, but I hope you won't take it amiss if I ask you to sod off and die.
No, fair enough. Of course not, sir. No one likes being shot first thing in the morning, do they, lads? Of course not. No. So, look forward to seeing you tomorrow, sir. You'll have a blindfold on, of course, but you'll recognise me. I'm the one that says, ready, aim, fire.
Could I ask you to leave a pause between the word aim and the word fire? 30 or 40 years, perhaps.
I wish I could pause, sir. I really wish I could, but I can't, you see. Because I'm a gabbler, me, you see. There's no style, no finesse. But, you know, it gets the job done, don't it, lads? That's it, come on, lads.
Whatever! Closest to the mole gets to keep his gold teeth. Good night, sir.
Yeah, sleep well, sir.
I swear. Blackadder is like one of the greatest fucking comedic series of all times. Hugh Laurie is fantastic in it as well. Like, that dude has range, as you could tell from Dr. House. I mean, guy is fantastic. But yeah, I also despise the laugh tracks. It's like, have you ever watched... Everyone loved this show, but have you ever watched The Big Bang Theory without the laugh track? It is cringe upon cringe upon cringe. I fucking hate everything about that show, dude. Oh my god, it's so bad. Oh. Absolutely horrendous show. And for some reason, everyone likes it.
This is the base commander. We expect the arrival of transport and attack squadrons. Strike aircraft will ensure support during the embarkation and evacuation on transport aircraft. Warship commanders, clear the most direct route for the aircraft in the specified sectors.
Excuse me. Okay. Let's lock in. We must murder everybody. Oh. I never even thought her all that pretty, to be honest. Who's the high pitched chick voice? She's way older, dude. Like, it's crazy how she really looks. I don't know her name, bro. She's like this high-pitched voice. Bernadette. In show. Right? Fucking... God damn it, stupid fucking islands, bro. Go away. You can put so much fire out with this gun, dude, with this ship, man. It's so fun. I need to set up a button that I can like shoot once every 1.5 seconds. Actually, that doesn't. It's 5.5 now. It used to be 6.
Warship commanders, transport aircraft have arrived. Proceed to evacuation. Protect the aerodrome until embarkation is finished and the transport aircraft leave base Rohan. Provide gunfire support for attack aircraft. An enemy aircraft carrier was spotted in the combat area. Destroy her.
Now it is 6. Weird.
Attention. We intercepted enemy communications. A group of enemy destroyers have been sent to disrupt our repair base. Do not allow them to capture the repair base.
That's exactly why I like the ship. I can throw down so much lead down range so quick. It's fantastic.
Whiskey is finished. Our repair base is no longer in danger.
Black fatigue? Oh yeah.
Let me
Well,
look.
oh, asthma. Oh, I just have black fatigue. Like, what is this soy white supremacy? If you're gonna be a white supremacist, just be a fucking. Yeah, for those of you who don't know what the fuck black fatigue is, it's good that you don't know what it is, but it's like a new TikTok thing. Okay.
You're not about to crash out.
It's
The
a
dogs-
new TikTok meta of just being racist, saying that you're fatigued by the ways in which black people fucking behave.
Okay, here
That's
it is.
what this is. Gonna get clipped so hard, man. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up about
No.
clipping, please. Oh my god. Yes, I am talking about white supremacy, okay? Yes. In the process of me talking about white supremacy, white supremacist bad faith actors will clip me out of context.
It's crazy that guy's not banned yet.
I'm actually in favor of white supremacy while I'm in the process of complaining about it. Stop crying.
I didn't see the dog. I never saw the fucking dog. Oh my god. Yeah, I got it. Oh jeez. Yeah, I got it. Oh fuck, man. This is cheesy. It's this happened again. That poor dog. I know. Wow. And
Yeah, Hassan, it's crazy he's not banned yet. Everyone at the Twitch, everyone at the top of Twitch, all management and all Twitch admins, they need to be fired. Yeah. They need to be fired immediately. Like, and I say that while this is the only channel I make any money on whatsoever, right? It's like $40 a month, right? It's not like I'm just saying. I don't like that the platform I'm on, the only platform I'm on. What the fuck? I'm so fucked. That someone gives me money is like massively torpedoing its own fucking chances because they wanna glaze it literal terrorist supporter, sympathizer, whatever you wanna call them. Absolutely crazy. The guy gets a fucking happy birthday song from Twitch, dude. Do you know how many people have ever gotten a happy birthday song from Twitch? One guy, the terrorist sympathizer. I detect a pattern. Oh, so close. Nice. I have 5 distractions as well. Okay, nice. Casually, like you do.
After the deadly shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers last night at the nation's capital. The victims were leaving an event held by the American Jewish Committee. We do have the latest photo.
That really looks bad. That really looks bad. If it's an American Jewish event and it's not something that is explicitly for Israel, this looks very not good.
Of those victims. Metropolitan Police Department officials identifying the suspect as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago. Fox News' Gary Baumgarten joining us now to report on the latest.
Tolerate anti-Semitism.
Law enforcement in Washington, D.C. say 2 staff members of the...
I mean, you heard her say it.
Semitism. Tolerate anti-Semitism.
Was this from the Twitch headquarters or from Chicago? Sorry, did they explain that? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Law enforcement in
I
Washington.
love how someone on national television, well, international television technically, like literally name dropped his name and said like, this guy radicalizes people. I love that somebody finally fucking did that. It's about goddamn time. I do hate that it's the ADL guy, but a broken clock, wrong, right twice a day, and all that.
2 staff members of the Israeli embassy are dead after being shot while leaving an event Wednesday night at the Capitol Jewish Museum.
The suspect was observed pacing back and forth outside of the museum. He approached a group of 4 people, produced a handgun, and opened fire.
We heard between 10 to 15 gunshots, roughly.
Wow. Tragically, the male and female victims were a couple preparing to be engaged.
The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend.
After the attack, witnesses in the museum saw a man run in before tensions flared.
The security guard happened to let this guy in. I guess they were thinking that he was a victim. He was in shock. And, you know, some of the people at the event brought him water.
Yeah, I handed him water. I've never interacted with a murderer before.
He's like, somebody called cops, bring the cops in. When the cops actually came
It's just the guy who just killed anything. Yeah, whatever. That's not.
He said, sir, I'm unarmed. He put his hands up. He grabbed
Besides
a
the
red
point.
kufiyeh out of his pocket and started the Free Palestine chants.
Once in handcuffs, police say the suspect told them where he stashed the gun, and they were able to recover it.
There is no active threat in our community.
In a post to Truth Social, President Donald Trump wrote in part, quote, hatred and radicalism have no place in the USA. This deadly shooting comes in the wake of increasing Israeli military operations across the Gaza Strip as IDF forces try to eliminate Hamas militants and free remaining hostages. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
All right, Gary, thank you so much for that detailed report. Again, taking you back out to the nation's capital.
Okay, so they didn't say how the guy killed him, which is... I read something and I'm not sure if it's true or not, but if it is true, horrific, dude. Like, he walked past him and then shot him in the back, first of all. And the woman wasn't immediately dead yet, so to speak, and tried to crawl away, and he, like, reloaded and shot her, like, several more times. That's what I read. Which is so much more horrific than how they're saying it.
Outside of that Israeli embassy, just tragic news where 2 staff members of the Israeli embassy were killed. We do want to continue to follow the very latest developments. Now checking in with our content partners over at Fox 35 Orlando as they speak with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
Let's see what they say.
Has left 2 Israeli embassy.
Whoa.
9 o'clock last night, there was an event at the the Capitol Jewish Museum, which is...
That was the video, that was not you or me. What is this?
What the fuck? There were 12-year-olds on Xbox Live that had better audio than that. What the hell is this?
Blocks away from the U.S. Capitol building. This couple walking out of that museum was gunned down. Now, whether they were specifically targeted, it's not clear, but as the gunman was taken into custody, the suspected gunman, he was yelling "Free, free Palestine," and police say that that chant continued even after he was taken into custody. So, you know, the motive...
If the people that are big advocates of Palestine don't, like, pretty much unequivocally condemn this in every single way, and if they run even a 1% of defense,
guess what happens?
This will, I think,
not what he's saying.
The sentiment in the public against their movement in a way that I think is irreparable. I do. This will, yeah, it will end the movement. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's, they're not condoning it. That's not enough.
Seems pretty evident there. Whether these individuals themselves were specifically targeted beyond their association, the fact that they were coming out of
already defending and supporting it. I'll let the Reddit stuff after
this museum isn't entirely clear. We're still in early stages here, but just given what's going on right now with Israel and Gaza and the protests we've seen, the anti-Israel protests we've seen around the country, this obviously is getting a lot of attention around the globe, and what we're hearing from Israel right now is that they're stepping up security at their facilities around the world in response to what happened here in Washington last night.
Yeah, just a young couple, heartbreaking to see their photos. We understand that apparently they were about to get engaged, so we do understand that they were a couple. What do we know about the alleged shooter, Doug? I heard from Chicago, is that right?
That's correct. That's what police are telling us. 30 years old.
Senator Omar refused to give a statement on it today. I mean, I've been trying to say this shit was bad. I've tried to say that these people are absolute poison to their movement, and they're going to make it worse. I've tried so hard, guys. I've tried so much, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
We've been saying that for years. Nobody listens.
Wow.
Arrested here, and
it's a false flag. 2 people are still dead. Yeah, they're still dead. That doesn't matter. What matters is how people are reacting to
it. They say that he was spotted kind of pacing outside the museum, but they don't have prior interactions with him that we know of. So, you know, that aspect of this still remains something of a mystery.
And Doug, moving over to the big beautiful bill, we've been talking a lot about that.
is this though?
Lawmakers have been working really around
the story, just tragic news. And then we are learning more about the victims. As I transition the screen, if you're just now tuning in, showing you those two victims, again, learning that they were engaged to be married. DC shooting where two staff members of the Israeli embassy.
This is also the worst optics, where you have some like fat neckbeard that goes out and shoots two young, attractive people that are getting engaged. It looks really bad. It does. This is the same, and I guarantee you, like, you're not gonna see girls simping for this guy the same way they did for Luigi. I told you.
Were killed. Let's check in now with our content partners over at Fox 5 DC, as they do have team coverage.
Also streaming on Fox Local, and we start this morning with the Fox 5 News alert: a deadly double shooting in the district.
The victims, two staff members of the Israeli embassy. The pair were gunned down last night while leaving an event at a Jewish museum in North.
I've not done it successfully yet. We'll see how much we get.
The Jewish community in D.C., including people who were at the museum as the shooting unfolded.
Well, we begin with Makia in our newsroom with the latest on that investigation. Makia.
Good morning, Steve Marissa. The shooting happened around 9 o'clock last night.
Oh, well, I'm in a ship that's gonna give me 200%, so I should get quite a bit then.
This morning, the Embassy of Israel to the U.S. identified the victims as Yaron and Sarah. The embassy
If it goes
shared
well.
this image of the couple saying the embassy is
Oops,
heartbroken
it's 9.
by their
My bad.
murders. Well, now it's a video that you first saw here on Fox 5 of the person believed to be the suspect. Police identifying him as 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez from Chicago. In that video, he can be heard yelling, "Free, free Palestine." Authorities say Rodriguez was seen pacing outside of the museum before the shooting. He then walked inside after opening fire. He was quickly detained by event security. Now, Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, is calling this a, quote, act of targeted violence. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
It is.
Yeah, I got into 9 as well.
Targeted violence. It's not even a question. I mean, obviously they have to investigate it, and I'm speaking as a layman. And so a police officer has a higher standard of this than I do. But yes, it's very obvious this is happening.
Has spoken with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser insisting that there's no ongoing threat.
The horrific incident is going to frighten a lot of people in our city and in our country. And I want to be clear that we will not tolerate this violence or hate in our city.
I spoke to the President of the United States multiple times tonight on behalf of the President. His prayers are with all of us, all of the Jewish community, everyone.
That was a war spite. Holy shit.
State, local, and federal agencies, and our great U.S. Attorney, Janine Pirro, who will be...
Do you think this will label the protesters as terrorists now and they'll do a crackdown? No. But I do think that it will cause this this group, because this is what I'm assuming is going to happen. I'm assuming that this group of people is so brain broken that they will be unable and unwilling to condemn this person who did this shooting, and even some of them will be celebrating it, and this will cause them to lose a tremendous amount of mainstream support. And I think that without that mainstream support, what's going to happen is it will galvanize the government and other types of, authoritative agencies to be more aggressive.
What's the boxes?
Like the KKK,
What's that for?
Example. And I'm not comparing them. I'm just saying this is the perspective that people are going to have, and it's going to normalize that behavior. They never condemn them. Yeah, exactly.
prosecuting this case. We'll be doing everything in our power to keep all citizens safe.
Yep.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he is, quote, shocked by the, quote, horrific anti-Semitic shooting. He has stepped up security.
Like how you guys act towards the person who refused to admit he does anything wrong. You're celebrating this horrible bill. Not only is your English wrong because you don't know how to use the proper form of your, but also you are saying, you guys, you don't know what my viewpoints are. You're just basically, you're playing, like, actually, let's ban, we're gonna ban him just for being retarded. Oh, never mind. I can't. His message is gone. Who cares? And so anyway, yeah, there you go. But no, that has nothing to do with what I was saying. What are the chances they call for the death penalty if this guy's found guilty? I mean, I would say pretty high. Trump never condemned the Nazi that drove through a gathering in Charlottesville. What do you say on that?
This is the Admiral speaking. The ship's weapons have been restored, and she is ready to provide.
Are you gonna say sorry? Do you want to say sorry? Uh-oh. It looks like there's no response. He's not roaching out, is he? Guys, wait, you didn't just make something up and now you're getting called out for it and you're roaching out. Reap what you sow, Trumpers. You voted for radicalization. Trump won of radicalization. Munz, come on, you don't have a single, like, there's nothing you're gonna say. You should fact check him? Great idea. Let's fact check him. Here it is. All right, so here's the quote. I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. So I was wrong? That's correct. Whenever you're talking about Trump voting for radicalization, look in the mirror.
All embassies around the world. Guys?
And reaction from last night's shooting is pouring in, as you said, from all over, many saying they didn't know what was happening.
The couple killed as they were leaving the museum after an apparent event there. Fox 5's Stephanie Ramirez live in Northwest this morning with more from the scene. Steph.
Hey guys, we're learning a little bit more about the fear and the terror that was felt last night. The calls are coming in for an active shooter at the museum. Now, obviously, this is still a very protected scene at this hour. We're some 9 hours out, but I want to show you, we're not at the front of the museum.
Trump will issue a Muslim ban for the U.S.? No, this has nothing to do with Muslims. I don't even know if the guy was a Muslim. There are tons of people that are part of the Support Free Palestine movement that aren't Muslims. Like,
but all of them are retards, though.
Nothing. It's just a guy. Like, you know what's funny is that I bet in a Muslim country this would have had a much lower probability of happening.
It's actually down there,
like in Saudi Arabia,
traffic light 3rd and F Streets Northwest.
Highly unlikely.
Two killed. Not just embassy staffers. They were a couple with plans to get married. The Israeli embassy and Israel's foreign ministry sharing their photo on social media. The ministry also wrote that Israelis, diplomats, and representatives around the world stand on the front lines of Israel's diplomatic efforts, defending the country with their very lives, and that they will not be deterred by terror. Reverberations of this shooting is being felt all across the world with condolences and vows.
Yeah, why is that, I wonder?
Also being shared. DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, as you heard, started
that's
speaking to
that's
this
good.
at
I'm
last
glad
night's
people are
emergency news
condemning
conference. Authorities also spoke about making sure
it's
they
very good.
contact with the city's Jewish institutions to make sure that they have any
It'd be
extra
crazy if
security
people were
needed this
supporting
morning.
this.
Support also coming from the highest office. Israel's ambassador said he spoke with President Donald Trump last night on the phone. Here is some more from the ambassador.
The couple that was gunned down tonight in the name of Free Palestine. It's a young couple about to be engaged. The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem. They were a beautiful couple who came to enjoy an evening in Washington's Cultural Center.
Not anymore.
I will say this.
Yep.
We are a resilient people. The people of Israel are resilient people, and the people of the United States of America are resilient people. Together we won't be afraid. Together we'll stand, and we're going to overcome moral depravity of people who think that they're going to achieve political gains through murder.
Guys, our crew on scene last night spoke with...
So we have another person, and this is another individual in Chad, and I just want you guys to see these kinds of people, right? You should have heard the words shared by a Republican representative on Fox News reacting to this in his anti-Arab and Islamophobic rhetoric. Do you completely and fully condemn this shooting and say that the person was an awful person?
9,000 experience.
Jesus. And say that, you know, shooting these people
Too bad that
was
experience goes
completely
nowhere.
Unjustified and it was awful. Of course. Okay, so then we're in agreement. I'm sure somebody had a bad take on it. Yeah, you're totally right. There's probably somebody out there that's an asshole that's using this to push some xenophobic, you know, racist rhetoric. Yeah, sure, of course. That's bad.
With witnesses, many of them in disbelief that this happened, especially because of what this event was about. We'll have more of that in about 30 minutes. Guys.
Well,
All right, Stephanie, thank you. We're going to see on.
And so there it is. And let's see here. Take the politics out of it. It was just two innocent human beings in reality. You know what I mean? I think most people know what you mean.
Deep within the halls of Khazad-dûm, one finds no men, no elves, and certainly no Belgians. Much like Belgian Gimli's bold declaration that there are no Jews in Arabia, we too now find ourselves lost in Asmongold's commentary on the great Hasan Piker saga, a cultural expedition bewildering and oddly educational.
And lol cow hilarious. I really do think Hassan is like the #1 lol cow. Like, Boogie doesn't even come close, bro. The worst Boogie did was lie about having cancer. And the fact that that is like not even on the remotely on the same level as what Hassan does is crazy, okay? Trust me, I know. Not a phrase I thought I'd ever utter, but there it is. Should I go for the transports? Oh, some of them got over. My shots. Where's my fucking... this? Why is that not showing up? Did I accidentally turn it off?
Ah, here he is, the famed TT. I will admit, I tend to overstate certain things I do. Though I think you are on drugs if you think there is anything educational about Hassan Piker.
I mean, it's a very nice class in how not to be a terrorist sympathizer, right? Just do everything the opposite of what he does. And you'll be an actual decent human being. What the hell? That thing was tiny. I'm dead. Well, that fucked me over. I didn't know that was the spawn. I'm just like literally here for the. I was trying to get the transports. Yeah, I know, but this is a farming ship. I have 6 distractions. Like, apparently the mains use HE most of the time.
Hello and welcome back to the How is Hamas, Diddy, Osama bin Laden, Adolf Epstein biker franchise. I believe we're currently at 520%, and somehow Hamas biker is the gift that keeps on giving. The most generational crash out of all time. Uniting me with
Damn, we got him.
content creators like Nuxtaku, Asmongold, Sensitive Society, and more Pegasus, just to name a few. And we get to get informed even more on, once again, how one man can be so stupid, so egotistical, that he's destroying his entire career and the platform that made him. Let's get into it, boys.
Biker continues his month-long meltdown. Turns out Hassan has just been called out on...
Has it actually been a month? It feels like forever.
Mainstream media by the ADL for being a terrorist-supporting freak. Now, if you didn't know, 2 Israeli diplomats were just shot dead in Washington, D.C.
Wow, this is a
screaming, "Free Palestine."
massive. Okay, so Asmongold's watching a video that Tectone is reacting to, and we're watching that.
And some people are speculating that it may possibly have been brought about due to the rising extremist rhetoric spewed by certain people.
That internet theory.
Not at all, just saying he definitely radicalizes people in a certain direction.
Well, let me ask you a question, guys. If a whole bunch of streamers are going on a platform and they're yelling out extremist behavior to be normalized, and then someone goes out and does extremist behavior because it's been normalized, why do we think we did it? Because if Twitch isn't stepping in to stop it, then people are going to...
I mean, they did throw the nukes.
They're not going to ever become aware that what they're listening to is problematic and, to be honest, quite dangerous. So why has Twitch done nothing? Because I'll be real, and here's the crazy thing. As much as Hassan is to blame for his ill behavior, Twitch is much more at fault for allowing this shit to happen on their platform. This has been going on for months. They hear me call Frogan fat one time, they ban me for 2 weeks, and they suspend my pay for 3. They have heard Hassan and Dennis and Frogan and all these other weirdos promote this terrorist-forward behavior, and they haven't said shit. It goes against their very TOS, and when you don't enforce your TOS, it doesn't become rules, it becomes punishments. It becomes unfair. It becomes an unhealthy working environment. And we don't want anybody to get punished on separate occasions. We want everyone to be punished universally, because that's how it should be.
So we're going to take a look at what happened with the shooting.
Just remove politics on Twitch completely. Boom.
Updates from the Super
No more
Sim,
politicus.
from PA telling people to go and citizens arrest people he disagrees with. Updates from H3H3 is
which you just can't do, by the way. There's also great quotes by like, yeah, so you guys know all these guys' names and addresses are publicly available, right? And guns are really easy to get. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Saying something like that is incredibly fucking dangerous and should not be allowed on this fucking platform.
Well, welcome to episode 20 of the saga. We're working overtime. Check out the playlist, subscribe, and let's reach 1 million subscribers. So it starts with this clip here. Today will be an interesting day to say the least. The head of the ADL, Jonathan, just brought up Hassan Piker's name when
If I talk about it, yeah.
Hassan got named. Yesterday, 2 Israeli diplomats were killed. This is the guy that did the shooting. I believe that's him. There he is again. And there he is. So this is him talking.
Oh, and guess what? He's not hot, so the internet won't have sympathy for him.
Talking right here.
You'd hope.
So he shot and killed 2.
You'd hope.
Free Palestine!
Those two victims, again, learning that they were engaged to be...
Do these people not realize that the guy going around killing people and then screaming Free Palestine is making it worse for Palestine because nobody wants to listen to extremists besides extremists?
married?
The young man purchased a ring this week with the intention of proposing to his girlfriend next week in Jerusalem. They were a beautiful couple who came to enjoy an evening in Washington's cultural center.
But all of us need to call it. And I want to remind you, these people who are promoting this behavior are the same people who, when Joe Biden announced that he has cancer, went and celebrated live on stream with crab rave, laughing at our former president being in a near-death situation. These people are not human. They are lizards with skin on their face.
Out.
Need some free XP?
Doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer Hassan Piker who regularly employs.
Oh, look at the money! Holy shit!
Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
And the worst thing is he called him a fucking gamer. And I'll be real, I've never seen Hassan play a game in the past 5 years. He's almost as bad as me.
Okay, first off,
I hated that too. Not a gamer.
By law. That is
Thank you.
borderline slander to the gaming community. We do not accept Hassan as one of us. He does not share our spirit or values. Please refer to him as Hamas Diddy Bin Laden Baby Oil Piker. Now, as for the message itself, I gotta agree. Extremists need to be dealt with, all right? I've been saying it for a while now. What Hassan does is actually dangerous. It's not political disagreement. This is a guy openly supporting terrorists and playing their propaganda on stream, dehumanizing an entire group of people. And what do you think is going to happen when you watch this guy on a daily basis and agree with everything he says? You are going to get radicalized. Not saying you're going to become a shooter, but I am saying that he will push you a couple steps closer to being a horrible person who does horrible things. Now, Hassan responded to the situation on Twitter. Israel is a apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth. Mr. We should not yield when supporting Hamas, whose charter says they want to kill all the Jews. How stupid do you think people actually are? Like, you can do the math.
He thinks they're very stupid. You want to know why? Because they are very stupid. And if you want proof that people are very stupid, I want to remind you that Hassan averages 30,000 viewers, and that's how I know people are fucking retarded.
Adds up to be a racist piece of shit. Now, Asmongold responded again. He actually did predict this months beforehand.
This was from April 2025. Twitch needs to stop making decisions based off of their radical, politically motivated moderation team, because eventually there's going to be a lack of moderation for something that's really bad. Like some sort of like really bad, like somebody gets killed, like kind of like the Luigi thing, but like maybe a little bit worse than that. It's like political. And if you have people on Twitch that are supporting this, theoretically, every single advertiser is going to leave the platform, and it is going to be an instantaneous apocalypse situation. I said this shit was going to happen. This is people that are openly promoting terrorist organizations.
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
Hey, let's give them a peace prize. Let's give them a peace prize.
I think they deserve it.
Yeah, I bet the shooter is strapped us on. Oh, I never said that it was hit. Again, I never blamed, and I am not blaming it on him.
Listen, I think blaming the shooting on Hassan is a bit too far because we don't have direct evidence of that, right? And unlike Hassan, I'm not going to lie to you, right? I'm not going to stoop that low when there's plenty of other
But does he radicalize people? Fuck yeah, he does.
He didn't specifically say, I did this because of Hassan Piker. And I bet you if he did, Hassan would have called him a bad actor, just trying, someone that Ethan Klein hired to fucking put him in a bad light.
Criticized as freak. As I said, he definitely contributes to people getting radicalized and hating Jews. And I feel like people have lost the plot. Like people thinking that
Listen, guys, all just be real. No one is saying that Hassan is directly responsible for this guy killing Jews. But all I'm saying is, if you were to be an active consumer of this content, you're probably a little bit more likely to get
I like this guy's outfit.
than the average Joe.
Paint scheme, whatever. You know what I mean.
And that the content is harmful, and he definitely didn't do anything to stop it. You see what I'm saying?
Shooting some random diplomats in America is somehow going to free Palestine is so brain-rotted. I don't really know how you get to that point when you are so dumb that you think you're actually somehow helping Palestinians by committing murder in America. Like, that is never justified. And just a PSA, obviously, never get to the point where you think...
It's because these dipshits on Twitter are so fucking stupid. They think that if you say free Palestine, everybody will just assume that you're a fucking good person. Twitter bios are so performative. They're like companies having pride flags. Nobody fucking cares about these fucking movements. They just want to use that in a text mercy signal or get more people on their side. Whatever side that may be, that's up to them. So many bad actors.
What the fuck?
But apparently people are saying that he was a Twitch viewer. That is not 100% confirmed, so take it with a grain of salt, but we'll be checking that out as well. Now, Aspen talked about how Twitch is completely screwed because of all of this.
It's not like this guy watched Hassan and then he just immediately went over and said, okay, I'm gonna go shoot up this embassy, right? I don't think that's what happened. Like, this is probably a confluence of events. No, and I'm just being honest, right? Most people get radicalized and they do things, and there's like 50 different fucking things that come through it. But the difference is that with Twitch, they don't do anything about it. And so, like, that's the big problem. Advertising contracts and budgets usually happen on a yearly, quarterly, or, semester basis, right? Like,
Hassan is now fucking the soldiers, the community of Twitch, the streamers of Twitch, and the platform as a whole. And it truly boggles my mind why someone wouldn't step in and say, guys, enough is enough. I'm gonna be real. The shit that's happening by the radicalization of the user on this platform has gotten to a point where I genuinely think we need to ban politics as a fucking whole. Because we're so far gone. And the fact that people aren't stepping in at this point, I believe we're now 3 months into this, guys. I believe we're 3 months into this. Where at a certain point, I don't think people would be too far off from assuming Twitch must agree with this behavior. If they're still not banning it.
Of course they agree with it.
Must be biased.
Something would have happened months ago,
Bad
dude.
actors to exist in this community.
A 6-month basis. And so I said that whenever the first Twitch adpocalypse happened, and some people were saying there was no adpocalypse, I said, you're right, because you haven't seen it yet, because the ripple hasn't gotten far.
And I'm so worried that if this behavior isn't addressed, if this shit isn't punished fully, there's no way I would be on TwitchCon this year. I would be horrified. Because, like, this is scary shit, guys. This is scary shit. I would feel so uncomfortable existing, knowing how many people of that convention are consuming this content. I absolutely would not go. Fuck that.
Far enough out. Now we see the ripple coming farther out, and you're seeing, think about all of the streamers in the past week that
It's
have
gonna
said
be
that
a
they've
fucking
lost tons of
ISIS
address.
meetup.
Now, if there's any OG Pegasus fans in the audience, you know
You're gonna call it a HouthICon. That's insane.
that I'm a day one Twitch hater. You can see clips of me from several years ago saying the downfall of Twitch is coming. I knew exactly what direction they were going in, right? When the ridiculous moderation started to get out of hand, favoring certain streamers over others, not properly enforcing their rules, and then as the years went on, Twitch became more and more extreme. Then Hassan became like...
But their excuse is freedom of speech. Guys, I'm gonna be real. These people, they need to understand restraint. It's kind of like when your girlfriend looks fat and they ask you if they look fat. Should you tell them they're fat? No, probably not. You have the right to do it, and they did ask, but you probably shouldn't do it. You know, you really shouldn't.
Like their top streamer, and I knew that their platform was completely cooked. And it's no surprise that advertisers are pulling out. Nobody wants to be seen advertising with a terrorist supporter. I remember Hassan...
Let's double check the ad revenue drop on Twitch. For me, $100 of ads, $62 of ads. When previously, from just this month, on the same length of stream, I was earning 400, 260, and 400. So right now, ads are down around 75%. And it just really isn't that good now, is it?
Even went to some event, and he was told to stay off camera or walk away from the sponsors because they didn't actually want him there because he's just super extremist.
Yep.
Hassan's not allowed to stand in front of the sponsors. I actually feel so bad for him because he was trying to push him to the left, and then he got told he has to stay there.
Then Aspen talked.
Why would you feel bad for him? He's fucking everybody on this platform. What are we talking about?
Talks about the tweet Hassan did, which was like a threat to a U.S. senator.
Don't you think he's contributing to radicalization? Does Hassan contribute to radicalization?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. 100% he contributes to radicalization. Like, without a doubt. And
That's
I'm
all
sure
he does.
to some extent, so do I. Right? I'm not saying, like, I'm not special. Like, this is the way that a lot of political rhetoric is, right? But, like, the point is that, yes, 100% that happens. When you tweet out the picture of a gun that was used to kill a elected representative as a response to another elected representative, and then you have to delete the tweet, everybody knows why you deleted the tweet. It's because you knew you were going to get in trouble. It's because it was bad. Hassan has enjoyed a tremendous amount of preferential treatment by the media, and that preferential treatment has increased his image, and it's caused a lot more mainstream media to get attention on him, and now he's reaping the consequences of that with people naming him as a radicalizing force after a terrorist attack.
Yeah, so basically, if you haven't been following, the mainstream media has been sucking off Hassan for as long as he's been a streamer. They have similar politics, and they will gush at the chance to platform him, defend him, and support him in all that he does. But you can only take that so far. When Hassan is on stream doing utterly vile shit, that's when even the mainstream media has to do a double take, right? And when an event like this happens, like a shooting, you gotta evaluate, like, okay, who are the extremists in the space that are leading to some extremist actions? Not saying there's a direct connection again, but just saying he radicalizes people. So yeah,
Well, here's what you can say. There may not be a direct connection, but there sure as fuck isn't no connection. And I think that's the fucking problem, right? Is that we really have to think, did this guy kill this person because of Hassan or not? And I think that's kind of a big issue, don't you guys think?
I am excited to see his downfall in real time. Now, Dan Sullivan is actually claiming that the shooter was a Twitch user. This is not confirmed, so take it with a grain of salt.
I can confirm he was a Twitch user. There's no way. There's no... Dude. There is no way. Former Twitter accounts of the shooter in the news. This is his web archive. He changed his handle to Kyle Leather and someone else registered it. Either Twitch is going to have to put out a statement about this, or they're going to have to address in one way or another. And the problem is that
they won't. They won't do shit. Because there's still not enough people talking about this shit. And that's what's fucking psychotic.
Twitch has been infected so deeply with the rot of these people that it's almost impossible for them to get rid of it without severing the entire limb, which is what I said with Twitch banning politics completely.
Okay, so we don't really have enough evidence there to say for sure, but would I be surprised if this person was an avid Twitch viewer? Absolutely not. In fact,
he looks like a fucking Twitch viewer. What are you talking about?
It would make a lot of sense. Twitch has fostered this type of community now with one of their top streamers, Hassan Piker, as well as female Hassan Piker, as well as simp Hassan Piker, as well as Big Mac Hassan Piker. Now, Hassan responded to the shooting again, saying it was a false flag, essentially saying that it was set up.
But like, I'm not into false flag at all. But like, every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like, you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a
No, I'm just heavily implying it.
Is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken. Okay.
Genuine in his actions and a little bit brain broken. He fucking shot and murdered 2 people. Somebody call IDOS. Hassan needs to learn empathy at the age of 34. Dude, I can't believe
45. He's 45 years old.
Can you not for a second put down your disgusting extremist politics and say, okay, this shit was wrong, this shit was too far, and I completely disavow it. Instead, he's like, well, actually, he...
No, he's afraid of this community that he built up over the years by pandering to the most extremist takes he possibly can.
Was pretty genuine in his actions. And if you don't know what false flag means, here's a definition. False flag is a term used by conspiracy theorists to suggest that various world events and crises, such as terrorist attacks and mass shootings, were actually orchestrated by governments or sinister forces in furtherance of a political or social goal, such as gun control or sowing public fear. So Hassan is living.
Have you seen how his chat was reading during the reading the DC shooter Elias Rodriguez manifesto? No. Hassan's chat reading of DC shooter Elias Rodriguez manifesto. They were spamming hearts in the chat for this fucking guy who just killed 2 people. Jesus, these are real people fucking dying over this.
Fun
his
fact.
Chat is spamming support for the shooter.
He purged his Discord and paused people joining in. You can't join it no more.
Getting a little bit scared. He's telling his community to pipe down because people are starting
That's
to
not sus at all.
That Hassan is the type of person who radicalizes these people.
Yeah, I wonder why you nuked your Discord, Hassan. Yeah, it's very interesting why you just nuked your Discord. Again, by the way. I wonder why you did that. Kind of crazy timing, don't you think?
This is not a time to be in. Not a time for you to say fun, wild, edgy things. Okay, there are probably 1,000 people in the chat currently documenting every single thing that you guys are saying in an effort to basically tie it back to me and this community.
So what you're saying is, Hassan, is that you're aware that people are saying all these horrific things.
Right. Yeah, it would not surprise me at all.
Why do you think you gotta tell people to not say that shit? Why do you think that I don't have to tell my chat to not say that shit? Why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? Because you created a monster, Hassan, and at the same time, you have stared into the abyss, going up to where the abyss has never stared back. You are now what you have created, a fucking monster. And I can't believe this shit is still flying. You want to know why it's flying, Ted? Because without this, nobody would watch this. Nobody. Absolutely nobody.
And rob it of its context or anything like that. and to try to get me deplatformed. Like, lock it. Stop fed posting. It's not time for memes. Just because you're anonymous doesn't mean you will stay anonymous. All this stuff, okay?
Lock in, guys. Stop revealing your true character. Is that what you're saying? Like, nobody
That
needs
is
to
what
take
he's
Hassan
saying.
out of context. Your entire stream is propaganda. Occasionally character propaganda, which should have already gotten you banned about 100 years ago.
Yep.
But somehow you're still here. I don't know if
True.
Dave Quincy is under your table, actively sucking you off. You know, got that Gluck 9000. Vacuum on max power. Here's Hassan's chat during his reading of DC shooter Elias's manifesto. Okay, so it seems it's like an emote-only mode, so they can't type vile shit. And somehow, a bunch of hearts for the shooter, guys. It will take Hassan being name-dropped in a manifesto for Twitch to take action. Nope, I don't think they will, even at that point. They are going down with him. r/Hassan Piker reacts to the shooting. If I speak, I'm in trouble. In the most monotone voice imaginable. Oh no, how horrible. This was bound to happen. Reminder, no fat posting.
Hey, I want to remind you guys that in case Twitch
Nice
does
try.
go down, I stream every day on YouTube as well. Feel free to go over there and subscribe to my YouTube. If you're here watching this video currently, a quick little sub would be fantastic. Thank you guys so fucking much.
Oh my god, man, they're condoning murder. Then Hassan claims
I
that
also
it's
stream on
information.
YouTube, but I never get views there. Very rarely. You think discoverability is hard on Twitch? You might try YouTube.
What in the fuck are you talking about?
Made it against the New York Times too, because they also wrote my dehumanizing anti-Semitic sentiment, but they put it in the record where they said I accuse Israel of doing a genocide. Because if that's his framework, it is defamation. He's a fucking slanderous
True.
piece of shit.
Yeah, that is rich coming from Hassan of all people, the guy who boots up his stream every day, slanders about 5 different people daily. How many times has this guy slandered Asmongold, or Tectone, or Nux, or anybody he disagrees with?
But how long is Switch gonna be around? Is the question.
Oh my God, more Pegasus. I'm gonna suck your dick. Holy fuck. Gee, that almost. Oh my God. I am so not used to anybody having my back fucking ever. But like people like Sense of Society, Nux, Asmon, More Pegasus having my back on a frequent basis before I've even talked to 2 of those people. Boys, go subscribe to this fucking YouTube channel, man. This is therapeutic for me, bro. Holy shit. Love this dude.
Oh, that guy did not defame you. He just stated that you have some extremist
Yeah.
rhetoric, which is right. The only defamation there
Yeah.
was calling you a gamer. He defamed gamers by saying that.
True. Big true.
Such a bad guy, just say what he's doing that's bad instead of just like making shit up about him to yell about. I genuinely cannot comprehend how or why other streamers continue to collab with this man on.
Wait, that was forced? Yes, obviously. Everybody would go on OTK streams and force farm a fucking emote. Just like NMP would force farm the fucking Poggos. Just like Extra Emily would force farm the fucking Yippies. You know, just like I would farm fucking Dicktones. Yes, obviously it was fucking forced. Obviously. It's anybody with fucking eyes could have seen that shit.
Camera, the shit he says is so fucking disgusting. One, people are worried about getting ass blasted by his legion of mass harassers.
Yeah, legion of mass harassers. Isn't that your community, you hypocrite?
I was using a booster though.
Imagine being a Hassan chatter, bro. Imagine being this delusional. How can you say this and watch Hassan at the same time? You just can't be serious. I don't know what sort of brainwashing juice are these guys actually drinking. It's insane. This comment is exactly what I say about Hassan. Like, how can, you know, random people like CDogVA or Ludwig or anybody else like collab with Hassan when he's so openly disgusting, right? But yeah, I do feel exactly why Hassan is to be disliked. Never ever made up shit about him ever, but he does it all the time, and he did it today again. Hassan calls Asmongold a white supremacist here, completely lies about him, and then tells him to say the N-word.
Black fatigue? Oh yeah. Asmongold is entertaining the new meta of black fatigue, which is like, I'm sorry.
I've got 9 distractions so far.
Just say it.
Do we have the clip of my mod talking about this?
It's just insane.
Black fatigue is a thing. Fatigue is a thing.
Yep.
Ain't nobody tired of him. We're tired of her.
Yep.
No, don't go and make this a race issue.
Yep.
Stop.
Black fatigue? Oh yeah. Asmongold is entertaining the new meta of black fatigue.
Don't go and make this a race issue. Stop. Why do you do this? This is embarrassing. This is crazy.
Way to be a white supremacist. Just say it. Just say the N-word, dude. That shit is so frustrating. It's like, you're such a fucking pussy. You just can't fucking openly be racist. You have to just be like, oh, I just have black fatigue.
Why are you literally just lying? Like, really, it makes you look like a actually fucking embarrassing.
Honestly, at this point, I think Hassan might be an undercover Pegasus operative. The amount
Make that
of
tin.
content this guy is giving me is legendary. There's no way a human being can be this level of disingenuous. I feel like he has to be doing it, so I can make fun of him. And I appreciate that sacrifice, personally. But how embarrassing must it be?
Hey, I'll be real, man. Hassan's been giving me some banger content on YouTube, bro. It is very nice. You call out the retard, you get infinite views. It's so nice. And the best thing is, it's completely genuine.
go live every day and just constantly be bit slapped by Asmongold. Literally debunks what you say in about 30 seconds, just humiliates you. And I don't know why you would like him. Like, how does anybody take him seriously anymore? I just really want to know. Because, like, what are his chatters thinking? Do they not even watch this, like, clip of Asmongold clarifying himself?
Which captain skill?
Hassan all the time,
Of
because
course,
then
they only watch Hassan. That's why the
Asmongold's response and still conclude Hassan is in the right. You need to be checked into a mental institution.
Absolutely.
Put the straight jacket on. You are not fit for society. After this, Hassan is a complete meltdown, and his dog just walks out of the room.
That's what this is.
Yeah, not even the dog wants to support this shit.
Gonna get clipped so hard, man. Suck my.
Oh my god.
No, I mean, is that like a special captain or just a regular captain?
This is bad. How do you just go and make a bunch of shit up? Every time he has one of these tantrums, probably 10 times a day. You can see how stressed the dog is on dog.
In the process of me talking about white supremacy, white supremacist bad faith actors will flip me out of context. To make it seem
It's probably
like I'm actually
10%, right? So 0.5.
complaining about it. Stop crying.
I didn't see the dog. I never saw the dog. Oh my god.
Somebody call CPS on that dog, man. Somebody save that baby.
Dude, poor dog, man. Imagine actually being Hassan's dog. There is no
So
worse
sad.
fate in the world. You just gotta sit there every day, listen to him constantly scream for 10 hours a day, popping a blood
I heard that dog got Giardia, man. Somebody save that fucking dog.
vessel, and you're just there waiting for some treats, you know, waiting for your owner to maybe play catch, you know, maybe exhibit a bit of joy in his life ever. Now he goes on a rant about stalkers.
Yeah.
You every day. Like, that's what I mean. There's like, I have stalkers and accounts dedicated to stalking me. Content creators dedicated to stalking.
It's not stalking. It's public information. And Yeet isn't out here spinning false narratives. He's just saying the fucking truth. He's just posting your clips. Like, what are we on about?
Stalking me. And communities that
are the people watching my Twitch stream right now stalking me? No. Public access info.
are dedicated to stalking me.
Dude,
it's not like Yeet is going to like your previous significant others and interviewing them, or trying to talk to your family members, or bouncing around to every single chat trying to get dirt on you anyway whatsoever. He's just watching your fucking stream and saying, wow, look at this retard. That's it.
Calling you out is not stalking. It is not my fault that you have to screw up on a daily basis.
True.
In fact, it's quite enjoyable actually to see someone so cartoonish, someone who has a complete lack of self-awareness. It's like a marvel, you know. And by his logic, basically every clipper is a stalker, and he's totally fine with all the channels clipping him, and as long as it's something positive about him, right? But the second it's negative, oh, I have stalkers, guys. Like, what a ridiculous accusation. And he waters down the word too. Like, stalker is kind of used for people getting followed in real life and getting harassed, not criticizing people over the internet. Now he tries to defend his soy jack reaction face to Joe Biden getting cancer.
Only about the former president right now. We're making like react slop content like this is just unnecessary. Yeah, first of all, I didn't fucking put that I didn't put that thumbnail, which I guess they changed it. I guess they changed the thumbnail after. So if they were to actually watch the video, they would recognize that there's actually a point beyond Joe Biden has cancer and me just simply going, oh, Joe Biden.
I have to go to the bathroom.
26 minutes. But of course, these guys never do that because they can't even fucking get themselves to watch a fucking, you know, they can't even get themselves to watch like a 10-minute fucking YouTube video, let alone a 26-minute one, to try to see what the point I'm making is.
Yeah, this is a guy.
Brother, your homie played Crab Rave and celebrated his death. What nuanced point do you think we missed?
Who says, I'm not watching any video about me. It's probably just a hater. But also, everything in that video is wrong, guys. Did you watch it? Nope. Nope. You know, I'm making a declaration. Hassan is the #1 hypocrite on the entire internet. Because I've never seen anyone like this. Someone who so blatantly does the things he criticizes. It's almost to the point of trolling. Also, doing a soy jack face to a man getting cancer is a little bit evil. Then he responds to a chatter trying to tell him that he comes off unhinged to regular people.
No, normies don't have a fucking horribly skewed view of me. If someone has any view of me that's beyond like, isn't that guy like a progressive guy? They're not a fucking normie.
I could actually.
The fake laugh. We can't go a single Hassan video without him gargling on somebody's balls. Like his throat is just filled with balls.
No, trust me, guys. Everybody.
If I swap ammo, every single shot I will shoot faster than if I just keep the same ammo and wait for the reload. Because the reload is 6 seconds, but if I swap, it's 4 seconds.
Yeah, normal people hear me say, yeah, terrorists are great. They're going, this guy's very progressive.
I haven't checked it out fully, but that's what it looks like.
But let's quickly move on to Mike from PA, the Omega Simp real-life Reddit mod. Urges viewers to attempt a sit.
Actually true for you, though. Guys, you will never catch me saying that everybody likes me. I even made a video like yesterday saying I'm well aware I'm hated by like fucking everybody. And I'm just like not worried about it. But that's the truth. I've legit never been liked, and I'm not delusional enough to think otherwise.
Citizens' arrest on anyone that defends a genocide targets Hutch and Destiny.
You are justified in attempting citizens' arrest. This is not my idea, by the way. On war crimes and genocide, everyone has the right to arrest or detain a criminal. And defending genocide is the same thing as doing it. Universal jurisdiction.
However, I will say I'm not hated by anybody who I want to be liked by. And that makes it pretty fucking easy.
Jurisdiction is a legal principle allowing states to prosecute individuals for certain serious crimes such as genocide, war crimes, and crime against humanity, regardless of where the crime occurred or the nationality of the perpetrator or victim.
The one I won't have to pay for.
Like you're reading this and you're not the state though. Like
means to arrest that person and take them to The Hague.
So he's like advocating for kidnapping people?
That's my opinion on that.
What is going on this website?
Yeah, I'd like to see you try that, Mike. Go ahead and try to citizens arrest people you disagree with. Let's see what happens. You know, instead of sitting on your ass and inciting other people to do crimes for you.
I love Mike from PA. It's the simp that punched the couch when his OnlyFans girlfriend made fun of him.
This guy can't even beat a couch in a fight. Least intimidating man alive, but he wants to harass people IRL. What a flippin' loser. Ethan responded, as you watch Hassan fans and Twitter leftists celebrate the murder of 2 innocent Israelis, understand that me and Ela are just as valid targets to them. I've known this as people like Hassan and iDubbbz lecture me about hallucinating threats. I knew this the moment I ended Leftovers. Why would I want a member of a community that would literally cheer on my death?
True.
There's a toxic, violent, nihilistic, extreme brewing on the left, and it should scare all of us. This is crazy because Ethan's like a major lefty as well, so the fact that he's saying this is insane.
Yep.
Here's Hassan Clone 69 basically advocating for violence.
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world to stop the genocide. We are living in the belly of the beast. We have direct geographical,
Honestly, it's
physical
crazy what
access
these people
to the
can get away with
politicians,
saying.
the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains that are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, you know, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing. Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate. Smart move on not covering current events, by the way. You mean
What the
specific
fuck?
current events or in general? Because, yeah, I think 2 pro-peace Jews dead. Read what they were saying. Pro-peace is crazy.
Yeah, justifying murder, that's definitely normal. Anyways, click this video or you gotta become a tier 3 Hassan subscriber permanently.
What the fuck, dude? It just keeps getting worse with no end in sight.
These
But
people
anyways,
just
I gotta
can't
be
take
back for another video
an
tomorrow.
L.
Like, comment, subscribe. It will get worse again tomorrow, I'm sure.
I mean, they're taking all the L's, but they can't take one, you know? Also, oh my god, see Trump? Like, getting the South African president over, and then be like, oh, we've got these videos, someone bring out the TV, and there's this giant fucking flat screen that's like showing them like, so what about these genocidal remarks? Any comment? Oh, I do not know of this. Oh, but that's you on the television. It's fucking hilarious, dude. That guy was not having a good time. I'm not gonna lie. That's such a Trump thing to do, but I love him for it. Which other president would ever in their right minds ever do that, right? Not a single one of them would have done it. Which is why I think Trump is actually not that bad of a president, dude. Like he literally gets the president of a country that is pretty much talking and maybe starting an actual genocide, and he just straight up like no filter. So about that genocide you guys are planning, what's up with that? I was like, whoa, what the fuck just happened? That was fucking fantastic, dude. Right? Yeah. Dude, the first thing I said when I read that to my mom was like, why are we paying South Africa? Because you know we fucking sending them money. Like, there's no way we're not sending them money. Is the EU $4.7 billion. Euros, sorry, that's more. 4.7 billion euros. To a literal genocidal country. God, I love the world. Such a fun place to live in. Give me 5 minutes. Okay. Stupid fucking dockyard mission. God damn it. I only have 12 more days. I could try it with this one, but there's no way I'm gonna do too much damage. Just gonna get spotted and get blown out of the fucking water. I just want to get as much done as I can. I don't even know what the last ship is. What is the blue here? I don't know. No idea. I just want to get all of the dockyard missions done. Or there's still a bunch of shit that I can get, right? So without paying.
Media exposed for covering up the white farmers' murders. What is this?
Welcome back to Stars and Gripes, where we expose the activists masquerading as journalists.
Uh-oh.
And there is a lot of that this week.
Uh-oh, that's a long episode. Here we go.
And much of it centers around the issue of dozens of white farmers in South Africa being slaughtered every year.
Yep.
Just put this on. It's right behind you. Johan. There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you.
Bro, this was such a good day. Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, I can do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place.
Uh-oh.
These are all white farmers that are being buried.
Well, that was US President Donald Trump confronting the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, with concerns about the sheer number of white farmers being massacred every year.
That's a lot.
Now, I do want to make the point that I do not think that genocide is accurate here. That word has specific connotations and needs to meet a high threshold. And just because people on the left want to water down the meaning of words to assist their political goals, it does not mean that conservatives should fall into the same trap.
He's right about that. I think that's true.
Whether or not these killings...
Yeah, and also, by the way, as if that makes it, no, it's not a genocide. They're just killing a lot of them. Oh, thank you for I was almost worried about this. Oh, jeez. Oh, all right, now I can relax, guys. Everything's fine.
The mission of genocide is not really the point. The point is that
It's at the very least ethnic cleansing, which is technically what Israel is trying to do now as well. So
media are trying to either justify this horror or insist it simply isn't happening. Of course, and that is a shock to us here in Australia because this issue has mainstream acceptance. We have taken in farmers fleeing horror, we have reported on their stories, and we know these people exist.
You know what? I'm so grateful that, you know, finally this is being
I just want to point out, right underneath the
that,
video, YouTube has put white genocide conspiracy theory. The white genocide, white extinction, or white replacement conspiracy theory is a white nationalist conspiracy theory that has nothing to do with this fucking video.
It really is. I'm thrilled that it is coming out into the open and that the world is now going to see what's really happening in South Africa.
No, and W for Trump for actually talking about this, because it is a big issue and it's bad. And I think that it definitely, like, in my opinion, I feel like this issue, the reason why it's important is because it shows that oppression is not something that is coded into a person's genetics. It's something that can happen in any society, no matter what. And it's nothing it's not one-dimensional.
Well, joining me on the desk is Gabriella Power, the host of Power Hour, one of Sky's most watched shows.
Jack, thank you for having me.
Well, thanks for joining us on the desk. Now, this issue of white farmers, and I think Donald Trump, he does this thing where he makes mistakes, or he maybe over-exaggerates or overstates a position, which then allows the media to sweep the whole issue away. That's what he does, but I think as journalists, we should be able to still look at the issue, acknowledge that maybe there was an error in how something was stated. And the clip we just played there of this woman, and Kieran Gilbert did that interview this week, and we've spoken to her many times on Sky News. These people exist, and I'm really uncomfortable with this push by some journalists in the media to either downplay the stories or turn them into statistical anomalies to suggest that...
Well, the reason why they downplay the stories is because it defeats their narrative that they're trying to push at the local population. They're trying to push at the local population that this type of discrimination is one-directional. So if there is an example of this discrimination happening both ways, it removes the racial component from it, and it makes people look at it from a power perspective instead.
I only get one.
And
Fuck my
so
life.
that's the reason why they don't want to talk about it. That's the reason why they try to avoid it, is because they want to make it a race issue. They want it to be a race issue, and they want it to be a one-dimensional race issue. So if you bring up a South Africa part of this, and it actually becomes multi-dimensional, and you can see the same thing happening but on opposite sides, now it destroys the narrative that this is racially based. Because if it's racially based, then why is it happening opposite? Well, maybe because it's not.
The number of them is so statistically irrelevant that it should not even be discussed, that there shouldn't be any legitimate conversation around it. I think it's a very disturbing trend. What are you saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. Look, many people disagree with Donald Trump's approach here, and I'm not here to say that his approach is perfect, but watching that exchange at the White House, it really...
Many people do not disagree.
I think the vast majority of people loved it.
With this, and that's number one, why he won the election. That's number two.
If I can stay alive, though.
Why the only places that you see that are talking about it being bad are these legacy media publications that have no form of like online presence that is it's effectively voted on by viewers, right? Like they have no real, like, people aren't watching these shows. They're just writing articles and doing nothing, basically.
It shows you why Donald Trump was elected and why so many people support him, because he's not afraid to stand up to other world leaders. While South Africa's president has gone to the White House to talk about trade, at the same time that America is taking in refugees from South Africa who are fleeing racial violence, Donald Trump is going to raise the issue with the president. Now, this is part of Donald Trump's transparency agenda. He's not afraid to have these conversations while the cameras are rolling. And as you point out, that here in Australia, we're very aware of the issues of what is unfolding in South Africa. We've had that interview.
I think more of those conversations need to happen in public. They can't happen behind closed doors. Yeah, call it out directly for what it is. There's no reason, like, why can't you just call it out directly? Why is this a bad thing? Ask that question.
And we've given them asylum.
Absolutely. And the reality is that hundreds of farmers have been attacked. There's been dozens of murders in South Africa. And right now, America...
Comment sections are turned off with their online articles. Yeah. I think that a lot of you guys don't understand the amount of fakery that's going on with the mainstream media news apparatus. They interact with only the same people. It's a completely segmented part of society. There is basically a journalist and media class. They do not let other people that aren't, I would say, approved come into their space. These are just paid for by these massive companies. They're on these cable news stations by no vote of the people.
You always know it's a great, for tweets as well, you always know if it's a great tweet when the comments are disabled.
Alternative media is such a threat. It's because alternative media and podcasts are voted on by the people, and as soon as the people realize the consensus isn't with this mainstream organization, then the mainstream organization loses all of its power. So the entire power structure that they have is built completely around consensus. The moment that you break that power structure is the moment that the whole thing falls apart. It's kind of like game reviewers. Yes, I think that, and this is what happened. This is like what happened with video game reviews and like video game journalism is happening with all journalism. It's just that video game journalism is small enough that most people can understand most of the facets to it, right? But this is actually happening everywhere.
Taking in 59, or last week I think it was 59 refugees from South Africa, and the left-wing media in America had an absolute freak out about it. There was one commentator on CNN completely minimizing the issue, saying, oh, it's only a couple of people being murdered, as if that is somehow okay. And so Donald Trump is up against the leftist media every day in America, where they're horrified that America is taking in refugees from South Africa. And so by Donald Trump...
Well, it's a deliberate obfuscation from the point, right? It's the fixation on the word genocide and the fixation on whether the crosses there were for the actual burial sites or were memorials. Like, both of these different distinctions are deliberate obfuscations from discussing the actual issue. It's like basically somebody argues against you, and then you point out like a grammatical error, as if this is supposed to invalidate their entire point of view. They're intentionally missing the point, and they're trying to not address the core issue. And I think that average people can see that.
Standing up to South Africa's president at the White House. He's also coming there with the receipts. He's there showing the footage of leaders calling for racial violence in South Africa. There is vision of white crosses being marked to mark and honour every white farmer that has been killed in South Africa. And so as we heard from that interview that was played on the Kieran Gilbert show, that so many people watching that exchange in the White House was so grateful for President Trump for really highlighting the issue. And although his approach may be, unpredictable, maybe bold,
it's exaggerated, sure.
Well, he makes errors
of course he does.
As well. And then I think that some of the fact checks are focusing on splitting hairs, and it's not.
It doesn't matter whether he makes errors or not. People will still make up stuff. Like, for example, whenever Trump did that speech at Charlottesville, and he said there were fine people on both sides, and he said, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis.
We should be condemned totally.
So, like, if they don't have something that they can go against that's legitimate, they just make it up. So there's no reason to try to argue and get mad at, oh, well, this point wasn't specific enough, or this was technically wrong. It doesn't matter, because if you have a point that isn't specific enough, they'll just lie about it anyway. The Hassan thing? Yeah, I mean, that's a great example. Hassan says, I was talking about black fatigue. I'm saying the exact opposite. You cannot approach these types of situations in good faith, because they're not being approached in good faith by the people that are doing them. Approaching them in good faith is losing categorically. You have lost by even stepping into the arena.
Not the substance of what the message is. When you've got a government which is pressuring white farmers to sell, a law was passed in January that gives them the power to take it without compensation.
Yeah.
You can't have that situation politically without there being an underbelly of resentment. And I understand why there is resentment because of apartheid, but that doesn't mean that this reality isn't happening. Anyway, let's move on.
The EA version?
Goldberg took on the issue of white farmers.
Oh, no.
And she also got stuck on this one.
Oh, God. No, it's not The View, is it? Ah, fuck. I'm just kidding, guys. I love watching the show. It's my favorite fucking show. I'm pretending completely.
I mean, it was fun.
I can't wait to see this. Here we go.
A genocide and used it as a scapegoat.
Define picking up again.
I'm so excited to see
reality
this.
of the situation.
Yeah, let's be honest.
And watch how her brain dead panel chuckles and smirks while discussing such a serious issue.
So, South African President Ramaphosa paid a visit to the White House yesterday, which turned into...
Interesting.
a surprise presentation on conspiracy theories.
It's a conspiracy theory. She didn't want to use the word ambush because she realized that it became the NPC word of the day, and so she was trying to come up with another version of that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, it's something that's really uncomfortable to me when there are dozens of people that are murdered. There is that underbelly of anti-white resentment. I don't think it meets
This guys
the
could
threshold
fuck
of
out of the way,
genocide,
that'd be
and I think
fantastic.
that it was a mistake for Trump to say that. But they're chuckling and laughing at that, and it is a serious situation. And it's quite obvious to me that the government wants these farmers to cede the land. There is pressure behind that. The community knows that. The community would be seeing that.
Don't you fucking... Oh my god, he's gonna...
And they're sitting there, they're laughing.
And they're calling it a conspiracy theory. You know, that's absolutely
It's
absurd
all a
to say.
conspiracy theory, guys. All of the you have to understand that all of the videos are fake, all of the articles are fake, all of the history behind this is fake. The 25% of the population there that supports it is fake. Everything is fake except for the thing that we're telling you, which is in fact real.
Say that white farmers are not being murdered, that's a conspiracy theory, and it's not just the View. Other media outlets, I should say, covering the exchange in the White House have all almost had the same headlines. Trump ambushes South Africa's president amid false claims of racism. These aren't false claims of racism. People are being murdered, and you've got people like Whoopi Goldberg on The View.
I don't see how it isn't a genocide or why people are scared to call it that. I don't see why it's not important to me that that vocabulary and that word is used. It's a semantics argument. The entire debate about that word isn't relevant because the problem is the issue. Like, it's not the word. The word doesn't matter. The problem is what matters. Focus on the word. This is just more obfuscation.
That it's conspiracy theories. Again, to your point, genocide's not the right term, but it's still a very real issue. And for Whoopi Goldberg should really go back and actually look at the statistics if she wants to. You know, if you look at the homicide rate in South Africa, it's 45 per 100,000. The homicide rate in South Africa for white farmers is 109 per 100,000. Now, of course, noting that white farmers do make up a small percentage of the population, but the point is that this group is vulnerable and they are being targeted. And that is why America is now taking in 59 refugees from South Africa. And so
it's 59 people. It's not a big fucking deal. It's not a big fucking deal. Like, the big problem, like, remember whenever we brought
I live in
all
Case
those
No Bad.
Haitian
And
migrants?
that's only on Steam, right? There's
The
an
issue is
EA
that
app.
there was like
I have it on the
20,000
EA.
of them. That's a big fucking deal. 20,000 fucking people. 59 fucking people. We're acting like this is some kind of it's at 50,000. It's 50 fucking people. Who cares?
Issue to be aired on The View with really no sympathy for what is going on. I think it's just they're almost using it as another way of just of slamming Trump for everything. They want to play into this narrative that Trump is a big bad.
No, that's not what they're playing into. What they're playing into is it's the racial narrative. It's obviously the racial narrative. It's the racial narrative that white people are being targeted. And the reason why they're trying to undermine it is because the media here tries to push a racial narrative themselves that black people and other brown people are being targeted. So if you have a situation where white people are being targeted somewhere else, it defeats the entire premise that this is a race-based issue and not a power-based issue, which weakens their argument and makes it less morally sound and makes it more circumstantial. And so that's the reason why they're against it. It's because it damages their movement by abstraction. That's the reason why.
Well, the left loves nuance until it's uncomfortable, and until there's maybe more than the surface level story to discuss, and then all of a sudden nuance goes out the window, and they love that broad brush to say
Oh, I'm downloading it.
We know time and time again that conspiracies are often proven true when some of these people are pushing that word. Anyway, staying on this issue, again, reporters spent their energy quibbling and fact-checking the semantics of statements, and it led to a heated exchange between one woman and Press Secretary Caroline Levitt.
Good to see you.
Hi, good. Thanks for taking the question.
Sure.
The president showed a video that he said showed more than 1,000 burial sites of white South Africans that he said were murdered. We know that that was not true and that the video wasn't showing that. So I wonder, why did the president choose to show that it's not true the video was showing a burial site? It is unsubstantiated that that's the case.
No, it is true that
We
video
saw this,
showed
yeah.
the crosses that represent. The video showed images of crosses in South Africa about white farmers who have been killed and politically persecuted because of the color of their skin.
Not good.
And those crosses are representing their lives.
Definitely not good.
Crosses are representing their lives in the fact that they are now dead and their government did nothing about it.
Very bad.
Are you disputing that there is no...
The video showed what the president claimed it showed because it did not show that, but even more.
This is like saying that somebody shows you a photo of a house that's burned down, and you say, that's not a burned down house. This is just a picture of a burned down house. It's insane.
What I'm asking you is who at the White House
show that. It showed white crosses
This is
representing
not an
people who
apple.
have perished because of racial persecution.
Verify the video that the president shows, and what protocols are in place when there's unsubstantiated information being put out to
Right.
the world and world leaders?
Yamish, what's
Oh,
unsubstantiated
we got one hit
about
at
the
least.
video? The video shows crosses that represent the dead
Retards are so
bodies
dishonest.
of people
Yeah.
who were racially persecuted by their government.
watch
In
this
fact, the
yesterday? Yes, we did.
Associated Press, of all places, has a picture of that very monument, and the caption from the Associated Press is, "Each cross marks a white farmer who has been killed in a farm murder." So it is.
Again, Donald Trump has opened himself up to these kind of fact checks, and I do think they're wholly irrelevant. Is it a burial site?
It doesn't matter whether they're, it doesn't, like, these fact checks don't matter. Because here's the thing.
The original's OG,
They
right?
either argue semantics, or they call it a conspiracy theory, or they just lie and say you said something that you didn't say. There's not an outcome of this that they capitulate and acknowledge and accept that what you said was accurate. This is just another way of obfuscation. So you're not going to win anybody over by playing their game and being hyper specific. All you're going to do is tone police yourself for no reason.
Or is it a symbolic site to represent?
Guys, these aren't crosses.
Ever played it before?
This is a photograph of crosses.
The first one is 1 and 2 are
It's a
amazing.
video
3
of
is kind of
crosses.
shit.
These aren't crosses. What are you talking about? It's literally just a video.
It's not really wholly relevant, but he misspoke, or whether intentionally or not, whether he understands
It's ridiculous.
the difference, and it does leave him vulnerable to the moments like that.
And he does do that. We know that Donald Trump exaggerates, he gets a few things wrong, but it's missing the point.
That's
But
not my
journalists
dad, that's a
coming into the
cell
room,
phone.
They're really focusing on that because they want to come out with a story to say that Donald Trump is a liar, that Donald Trump is the worst. Really
Hello, is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Like, how many examples of retards doing this do you need before you realize that it's retarded? What is this? A school for ants? You can only fit like 3 people into this.
Caroline Levitt is just so brilliant at highlighting exactly what Donald Trump was pointing out. What really,
Yeah.
the facts are is that these white crosses were
It's going
there
worse
to
than last
mark and
game,
honour the
sadly.
white farmers that have been killed. And
Yeah.
just back on The View, Whoopi Goldberg even seemed to suggest that the South African president wouldn't want to come back and continue meeting with Donald Trump in the future, which is absolutely outrageous when South Africa depends on America for trade. America is South Africa's second largest trading partner. I think that the South African president can handle a heated exchange with
It's
the
not a big
president.
deal. It's just a conversation, and you get people like this that get mad about it. Like, I'll read your comment. I forgot I was still following. I'm here to unfollow. Is that true? No, you're still following. Also saying retard over and over makes you look so cool, bro. What have I said? It can have dangerous repercussions. What have I said that you think is problematic? Like, give me an example of something that I've said that you're unhappy about. Do you have an example of this?
Do we have an example? Against Muslims? So, let me get this straight. When I celebrated Trump going to the Middle East, I said, you know what? This is the current government in Syria. Yeah, this guy used to run ISIS, but this is the way it is now. It's different. When I said it's probably a better idea to have a trade deal with Iran than have a war with Iran. When I said that it's probably not just Muslims, it is the issue with the mass assimilation and them not coming in, you know, in a measured way. When I also said that there are 1.6 billion Muslims in the world, if their religion was fundamentally violent, we'd have a lot more problems than we already did. That's not what I'm referring to, the thing you got banned on. Oh, you mean the thing that I said that wasn't true? You mean the point that I said, oh, wow, yeah, that wasn't true, I shouldn't have said it that way? So you're mad at me for saying something that I agree with you is wrong. There's one example? No, I know what example you're talking about. But why even bring that up? What's the point? It looks like there's no response. As usual. You're obviously talking about Hamas, of course, but like, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, like, either way, it's still a bad thing to say. But the point that I'm making is that, listen, I'm going to ban this guy, this person's not commenting, obviously, but here's the thing. You have people that get mad about this kind of stuff. Let me give you a little bit of a tip. 99% of the people that are talking about these different political events and these different issues in the world are retarded. They're stupid people. That's why they make up bullshit. They're stupid. Just because you have a degree in something doesn't mean that you're good at it. There's plenty of doctors that think that vaccines are evil. I don't care about a degree. I care about outcomes. And the fact is that I think my outcomes are pretty good. I think I've got a pretty good track record on outcomes. Degrees don't mean anything. Yeah, I don't respect degrees. I don't respect credentials. I don't respect any sort of institutional, you know, like credibility at all. None of that stuff matters. 99 times out of 10, in my opinion, I think that it's either fake, misrepresented, there is nepotism going on, or there's plenty of people, guys, C's get degrees. I'm not going to take that stuff seriously at all. There's plenty of morons that go to good universities and they turn out to be losers. Do you believe in science? I believe in the scientific method. I do not believe in the outcomes of the scientific method all of the time.
And so I think, you know, world leaders are on notice a bit with Donald Trump. They know they have to be prepared that anything can happen in these sorts of meetings. But Donald Trump is going to call out what he thinks is unfair, whether it's happening in America or whether it's happening in other countries. But, you know, with Caroline Levitt being so brilliant and so articulate at really driving home what is the most important.
So you believe in science, you just don't believe scientists smart? Yeah. Yeah, there's scientists that I just don't believe. I think that they misrepresent data. I think it's very easy to misrepresent data.
They're incentivized to misrepresent data.
Understands how data works, and they understand how you can conduct an experiment.
It's how you get grants.
All the different ways that you can create, you know, like a collaboration of two different pieces of information to make them similar. If you understand this in a good way, and you have a deep, understanding of it, of course you shouldn't trust people categorically because they're a scientist. That's outrageous. What a ridiculous thing to say. There was a study done, it was a psychological experiment done a long time ago, and it was about people that believed that if this is, you know what, this is a totally fucking, this is a massive tangent. We don't even need to go down this tangent. My point is that people place too much authority in authority. They do. They place too much authority in authority, question authority, think about things for yourself. Don't let some person in a lab suit tell you you're wrong just because they made a study that says that you're wrong. There are plenty of studies that were done that show that cigarettes are good for you. They were wrong, and they were proven wrong, and that's why, again, the scientific method is the thing that should be believed, not necessarily all the time the outcomes. If you don't understand that, that's not my problem.
message and what journalists should really be focusing on. It's interesting that it really speaks, I think, to why Americans seem to have lost a lot of trust in the media when there are journalists going into the White House, into the Oval Office, and the press briefing room, I should say, and they're just so desperate to try and get an angle on Donald Trump.
We've definitely got a lot of work to build that trust back, but Gabrielle Power, thank you so much for joining us.
No, I'm glad I watched this. And again, I didn't know that The View talked about this. I did see that recently The View had a, there was a bad time that they've been having. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Disney CEO Bob Iger and ABC News President Alman Kalmek have advised the hosts of The View to tone down their political rhetoric, particularly their criticism of President Trump. Per New York Post. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. And so we'll see if that happens. Let me see if I can find it. The View. If there's any new I spelled Africa wrong. Okay. Actually, I think I spelled it right. The View, South Africa. Okay, show, maybe? Let me see if I can, is this not, okay, yeah, here we go. This is, all right, we finally found it.
To know what's happening in our world. So, South African President Ramaphosa paid a visit to the White House yesterday,
this is the clip.
which turned into...
Yeah.
a surprise presentation on conspiracy theories of a white genocide in his country.
Yeah.
Take a look.
You have many people that feel they're being persecuted and they're coming to the United States. So we take from many...
I always find it convenient, the clips that they don't show you.
If we feel there's persecution and genocide going on, we do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
and then
take
when
land.
they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is
nothing happens.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity. And
criminal activity does
not
happen.
Only white.
Yeah.
Majority of them are black people. And we have now...
What a surprise.
The
What a surprise. The country that is the majority black people, the majority of people that are involved with crime are also the majority population. What a shock. What a great argument. Fucking brilliant.
Black.
Wow.
Say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black.
Oh my God! So between ambushing Zelensky...
So she used it.
And this, why would world leaders continue to come to the White House?
Okay, well, first of all, this is...
The thing is that if you too much of a bitch to come to the White House, maybe you should think about why that is. If you got this many skeletons in your closet and the door ain't even closed, then maybe you should think about where those fucking skeletons came from and figure out how to fix that
Shit's
problem.
gonna take forever,
rather than go
bro.
and blame Donald. That's it. They come to beg for money. Yeah, they want the money. That's the reason why.
the problem with getting all your information from Laura Loomer and Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Because
Right.
this is what they're going to deal you. And,
Yeah.
and it was false conspiracy theory. One,
The whole thing, everything's fake.
fact that the president
One
was
fact.
the president of South Africa was trying to share was that data collected by white farmers themselves.
This is it. Let me see. They might tell you the truth. Well, I'm not sure if there's any more of this either. I think that's probably the entire clip. Is that the entire clip? It looks like it's pretty much the whole one. I'm not sure if I can find the rest of this, but yeah. Anyway, well, there we go, guys. This is the way that this is the way these people think about. Oh.
Was that data collected by white farmers themselves, these are the white farmers, has counted 1,363 white farmers murdered since 1990, which is an average of 40 a year, far less than 1% of total murders. The rest are all black people. So there's no genocide going on. There's a crime problem.
No genocide.
But the thing he's talking about, because
Right.
usually all conspiracy is taking bits of fact and then just choosing your own adventure,
Yeah.
is the government will occasionally come to remedy some of the problems with apartheid that happened for 50 years.
They will occasionally come to remedy some of the problems. you can see the softening of the language that's happening right here. And it's very obvious whenever you start seeing this, right? It's very obvious what we're doing.
In that country, they will come
Yes.
and with compensation
and return,
they will take the land occasionally back. So what he did is he took
Occasionally.
2 little seeds and just like did his own thing with that.
Right.
He was completely false
It
and
is,
wrong.
yeah, it just...
Of course.
Look, I'll just say it like this. I made movies in South Africa.
Yeah.
I've been in South Africa. I sent
You
your
sent my
son
son to South Africa.
to South Africa to talk to people that I know who still live there. There's no white genocide, okay? There's not a genocide happening. There is crime, as there is all over the world.
Yeah.
But it is
That's
not...
bad.
It's not about killing off white people. This is just straight
Yeah, it's
up
been a while since we did that.
Well, I guess, I mean, all those speeches and everything, I guess all that was fake. Yeah, Darkstream, thanks for 5 good subs. Yeah, guys, I guess it was all fake. The whole thing was fake. All those videos that we saw and everything, it all got made up. That's right. What do they gain out of blatantly lying? Well, they don't really gain anything. Well, I guess they do if it's like their worldview they're trying to push. But in general, the reason why they're doing that is because they disagree with it, right? And so they just make stuff up. It's actually pretty simple. I mean, there's not really a lot to it to understand. They gain viewership. Well, yeah, and there's people that eat it up, man. And I've always been so shocked. Like, I've never understood this. Like, growing up, and even now, I do not fully understand it. But I'm starting to. And it's like, I'm starting to see, like, a correlation between, like, why is it that people follow such obvious false idols? Why is it that people believe things that require them to simply abandon critical thought and abandon rationality? And I think that the reason why, and this is a big thing, okay, guys? So, like, I'll go ahead and just kind of, let me just start this right now, is that I think that human beings' brains, the ability to process and critically think, has evolved much faster than the ability to compartmentalize and understand and process the outcomes of that critical thinking. And so you have a lot of these like latent tribal behaviors that people have and tribal tendencies that people have. And these things are basically made extremely uncomfortable whenever you have these different crazy things happening, like let's say like things that like destroy their worldview. And so this is why people adhere to such dogmatic religions. This is why they adhere to such dogmatic political doctrines. This is why they have such crazy worldviews with like racism or something like that. And so all of these things are actually done in accordance with a human being's, I think, innate desire to give up their ability of critical thought. I think that the majority of human beings are uncomfortable with the ability that they have to critically think and the problems that that creates for them, right? So, like, for example, think about all of the issues that critical thinking causes for people whenever you don't know. Like, and this is also something that, like, if you ask yourself, like, here's a great example. Trust the science. Trust the science. Oh, okay. Well, let's trust the science with vaccines, all right? Well, vaccines seem good. Okay, well, let's trust the science with trans athletes. Oh, okay, this is different. Let's not trust the science now. All of these things require a degree and an ability to completely compartmentalize your critical thinking and to give it away to somebody else. And so the reason why these shows are so popular and the reason why this type of thinking is so popular is because faith is a manifestation of people's desire, primal desire, to give up their ability to critically think. I don't think that they want to critically think. They don't want to see the world in the way that it actually is. They want to see it in the way that they want it to be.
That's
and
a good
so
start.
They instead embrace an ideology or a worldview that does that. And I think this is true with everything. It's true universally, fucking like with people in Africa, America, England, China, everybody has some sort of ultimate power that they derive their morality and their views from. Because I believe also the stronger the power is, the more that people believe in it. I think at the apex of virtue is power. Virtue and power are the same thing at the very peak. That's God. If you don't believe me, read the Old fucking Testament. Every single God in every single Abrahamic religion and other religions, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not an expert though, is not a good guy, okay? Like, even you look at, like, Odin, right? Odin's not really a great guy, but he's doing it for the betterment of everybody to stop, Ragnarok or whatever the fuck, right? I don't remember the specific things. And so, anyway, Odin is a testament, yes, exactly, is a mega asshole. Right, exactly. So he's an asshole, and all of these characters are assholes, but it doesn't matter. Like God torturing Job, that doesn't matter. Who cares? Because it's all for a greater good. And so what people do is they want to find a place where they can put all of their trust and their ability to critically think into, and that will make all of the decisions for them. And I know this might sound crazy, but I really want you guys to take a step back and think about how many different things this applies to. How many people have let Trump take over all of their critical thinking? How many people have let some podcast person take over all of their critical thinking? How many people have let a religious icon like Kenneth Copeland, for example, take over
Hey, what the fuck is he doing? Oh my god.
Everything. Religion.
My auto
politics,
avoid collision
ideology,
steered me straight into a
social ideas,
collision.
Everything. It's universal. People have a basic discomfort with the ability to critically think. And as soon as you realize that, a lot of these dogmatic worldviews make immediate sense.
There's another one. They just keep on coming.
We are halfway there. Hassan Piker is 500% cooked. At 1,000%, he will be in prison. But I have to say, it's currently sitting pretty at 500%. You have been randomly selected for secondary screening, Hassan Piker. Now, this is going to be the darkest video of the entire Hassan Piker is Effed franchise. Absolutely the darkest of the videos. I was planning for an entirely different video for the 500% special, but I'm probably going to make that a separate video, all right? We're going to be calling that Content Genocide. Hassan Piker, I have literally written the most incredible script ever, and you will lose your mind when we
Everyone's...
But today,
I'm not gonna get anything, dude. I used the 800% booster, I really shouldn't have.
This is the craziest thing you're ever gonna see. So, this happened today. 2 Israeli embassy staff were shot and killed in front of the Jewish Museum in D.C. This is a terrorist attack on American soil. The suspect shouted "Free Palestine" while being arrested. 3 law enforcement officials say his identity hasn't been released. The identity is now released. This is awful. Now, on CNN, they blamed Hassan directly. Hassan responded immediately. So
Yes,
we're
okay.
going to be going through this
Fuck.
entire event. And now, I am not going to do the thing that everyone else that's covering the story is doing. I'm not just going to say Hassan's name was tied to an actual terrorist attack murder of 2 people in Washington, D.C. I am instead going to tell you how he got to this point. And then I'm going to show you his response, where he essentially, without extra words, kind of condones the terrorist attack. So J.D. Vance tweeted, "My heart breaks for Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lashinsky, who were murdered last night at the Capitol Jewish Museum. Anti-Semitic violence has no place in the United States. We're praying for the families and all of our friends at the Israeli embassy where the 2 victims were." These 2 people were about to get engaged. Apparently, this dude already bought the ring to get engaged to his wife. And they were killed. They were just shot. They were shot down because they were...
Dude,
they
the
thought
racing
they were
was so
Jewish.
hard in the
I'm pretty
original
sure
one.
They were both ethnically Jewish, also Christians.
Well, not really,
and,
but-
it's insane that this actually happened.
You have to be
2
really
random
careful.
Israeli embassy staff got executed in D.C. today. Suspiciously, 2 days ago, the second biggest Twitch streamer and biggest leftist political streamer held a 20,000-person live stream with George Janitis, whatever, an Australian guy who has constantly urged for Americans to kill random Israelis. We are going into this detail because this individual has an entire Twitter history of saying it's very awesome that the USA allows you to buy weapons like these easily. They can be utilized very effectively from a grassy knoll or a book depository. And so he collabs with Hasan, and Hasan reacts to him all the time, platforming him. And there's a clip from their discussion 2 days ago that I felt like showing you before we get into Hasan's actual response today. Now, he had a 3-hour discussion with this guy on a live stream, and I wanted to show you 1 minute. I actually went through it. I took notes. I was thinking of making an entire video specifically about this, but I'll just show you this clip because I think it's important.
But they also themselves have no real reason, no real motivation for doing so, because ultimately, you know, what you said about Vietnam probably rings true. It does not affect them that much. It affects...
Meaning the American populace. He's saying that the American populace doesn't really care about Vietnam and stuff.
Some of them, psychologically, and that is about it. They don't see any material consequences from it. You know, there has not been like a massive adverse reaction that could turn them against it. Like, for example, like the IRA.
This is Bad Empanada with Hasan directly advising an IRA-style terrorist movement to start in the United States of America to bomb and murder American civilians to get them to stop supporting Israel.
For example, did a lot to like instill like fatigue in the British public on their government.
Right, so, and you see Hasan's nodding along. They are advocating for an IRA-style terrorist organization. IRA is from Ireland, to start murdering, bombing, and assassinating people in America to make Americans fatigued about supporting Israel.
Government to try and look for some sort of solution to the troubles.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that. There's nothing like it anywhere.
Wow,
Not at all.
So sad.
Well, there's no situation historically that has existed where the captive population has been this thoroughly, at least in contemporary history that I can think of, where the captive population has been this thoroughly ethnically cleansed in broad daylight without any sort of material support to offer from other countries, right?
Yeah, so essentially what he is saying is, you're so right, there needs to be some sort of help in other countries, like this IRA-style terrorist group, maybe. That's kind of what he's advocating for in front of a live stream of tens of thousands of people, right? You got to realize what's happening.
Like, you have no Cuban example, you have no USSR example, and the role that they might have played in the ANC's efforts to resist against the apartheid structure in South Africa. And you certainly don't have American congresspersons doing arms trafficking to Hamas in the way that they did to the IRA.
This is again essentially Hasan saying, I want the IRA to have a IRA-style terrorist group in America where American congressmen are funneling weapons to terrorists to murder people both in Israel and also in America, to make American fatigue to get them to stop supporting Israel.
Whatever.
Had American conservative politicians of Irish background doing arms shipments to the IRA at a certain point. You could fundraise for the IRA in American bars, right?
Right. So he directly wants to start fundraising for a terrorist organization to start murdering people in America. He keeps yapping like this about how it's such a beautiful solution. Even the craziest part of this entire debate with him, in my opinion, is the fact that Hasan actually accidentally leaks his full strategy. If you go here in this debate at an hour, 11 minutes, and 36 seconds, Hasan says the craziest thing ever.
And also, I always say, Bad Empanada and I don't disagree on our ultimate goals. We just disagree on methods.
Bad Empanada stated many times his ultimate goals is the complete downfall of Western civilization and the death of all Jews. That is what his ultimate goal is. So when Hasan is going to be pretty upfront about saying that they don't disagree on ultimate goals, only methods, that kind of seems like that's kind of exactly what he's saying right here. So I'm glad we're all on the same page. I really felt like I needed to show you this one. Hasan is a genocide supporter. Hamas is a genocidal terrorist organization. This is the craziest thing ever. This guy advocates for another 9/11 all the time, all right? The craziest thing ever. So Anyway, in case you wanted to know what the IRA actually is known for, 22 bombs killing 9 people and injuring 130 in 1972. In 1998, you know, bombs that killed 29 people and injured 200. In 1984, hotel bombings targeting the prime minister, which killed 5 and injured 31. Assassinations, criminal activities. He wants a terrorist group like this to start in the United States to doing this, essentially, to doing this to Americans. All right, that is what he's advocating for here. So he also, you know, he'll go out there and he'll scream and he'll yell, you know, from the river to the sea, which is a genocidal slogan killing all Jews in Israel, from the river to the sea that is surrounding the country. And he says to globalize the Intifada. Well, the Intifada has been globalized. They're murdering Israelis on American soil. So, anywho, I felt like we should get a little deeper into this, because this is crazy. The psycho who murdered 2 Israeli embassy staffers in D.C. last night also apparently donated to Joe Biden. Suspicious. Interesting. The Israeli embassy couple were Messianic Jews, ethnic Jews who believed in Jesus. He bought a ring to propose to her in Jerusalem next week. It's a real tragedy. Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna have enough time for
all
this.
screaming and yelling, globalize the Intifada. Globalize the Intifada. Well, that's killing Jews around the world. Listen, it's almost like the argument that they've been making the entire... It's almost like they've literally
That
been
wasn't
saying
you, that was
this
a video,
the entire
guys.
time. They have literally been saying what they were planning the whole time. Now, it gets wilder. So this is Dylan Saba. He is a staff attorney for some
We have
Palestinian...
5 minutes
and
for
he says
7
it's an
chips.
occupational
We're
hazard
fucked.
that random Israeli people are murdered of the streets of the United States. Interestingly enough, because it seems to happen very often when this goes down. This Kyoto leather guy, they ended up finding this is the account of the murderer. All right, that's the account of the murderer. Also known for tweeting "Death to America." Very interesting. It's an attack on the West. It's not just Israel. Everyone knows this if they actually listen to the terrorists that say kill the Jews, kill the Christians, death to Israel, death to America. Anyone would know this. Now, horrifyingly enough, the reason why she was there in the embassy, this is the lady that was murdered, was because she was attending an affair to figure out how to get more aid into Gaza. Which is just like, it's fucking unreal to see this happening in real time. It's absolutely insane. So this is Ilhan Omar, a known retard in the American Congress. They asked her, what are her thoughts? I mean, she is super pro-Palestine, to the point that she's borderline pro-Hamas. I wonder what she had to say about this.
Can I get your reaction to the shooting that happened to you last night?
I'm gonna go for now.
I'm gonna go for now. I'm gonna go for now. What about, it's pretty bad. It's bad, right?
I'm gonna go for now, Mark. Couldn't even say condolences for the family.
Yeah, it was definitely a wild move. Absolutely. I'm gonna go for now. Definitely not the move, I would think. But hey, so Kanye West is the voice of reason. All right, listen. Kanye West is officially more reasonable than Hassan Piker. Bro dropped his Hail Hitler song, but after this happened, he tweets, I'm done with anti-Semitism. He saved the Jews with this one. Unironically, a more normal response than Hassan Piker. Don't worry, we're gonna get to Hassan's response. It's pretty insane. So Nick Fuentes, in case you're unaware who this is, he's the largest political neo-Nazi type guy. Like he advocates for a holy war against the Jews all the time. He immediately goes false flag right on schedule, saying that, oh, obviously Israel must have killed their own people to get people to feel bad for the thing that, which is like, bro, come on, gay Mexican Hitler, you gotta come up with something original, bro. Please, man. Insane. Anyway, Haaretz, which is a super leftist Israeli news organization.
2:30. We might actually do this, dude.
Humanitarian aid to Gaza was the focus of the DC event where the 2 people were killed, as a corroboration of what I showed you earlier. This is an instance of another mostly peaceful protester.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Yeah, definitely fucking awful. So this Elias Rodriguez is the guy that is the murderer from the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Many such cases argue that the murder of Laquan McDonald in Chicago and the Chicago bid for an Amazon headquarters are not 2 separate issues, but rather they are both connected. He's a Party of Socialism and Liberation, ladies and gentlemen.
40,000 experience, and I had a pretty shitty game.
Peaceful protesters. They're everywhere. So Hassan's uncle, Cenk Uygur, known for defending having sex with horses. This is a true story, by the way. So this is what Cenk Uygur had to say. You can't do more harm to the Palestinian cause than by killing Israeli embassy staffers. It's obviously immoral and makes a whole community feel unsafe. It's also deeply counterproductive because it allows people to frame the whole peace movement as violent. Deeply stupid. I'll translate this because he said it in retardese, so I will translate it for you. What he's actually saying is, and this is the craziest thing you're ever going to see in your entire life, what he's actually saying is, killing Jews is bad because it makes Palestinians look bad. Definitely one of the most Cenk Uygur takes I've ever seen in my entire life. Hell yeah, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess. Yeah, you shouldn't kill Israelis just walking down the street in America. You know why? Because it makes Palestinians look stupid. Hassan Piker's uncle is sad that 2 Jews were murdered in America because it's counterproductive. Definitely one of the takes of all time. No one ever saw that one coming. And then a real bomb dropped on the entire Hassan Piker is fuck franchise. Get ready, because I did not see this coming. So this was on CNN. But this is the founder of the Anti-Defamation League. Now, I'm not a big fan of the Anti-Defamation League myself, but this is crazy.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer, Hassan Piker, who regularly employs...
Stolen valor. Piker is not a gamer.
Awful genocidal...
I love how actual gamers are like, no. We do not claim this lunatic.
Should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly.
So that's on CNN. This has gotten big. I have to say the Hassan Piker's fuck franchise has absolutely contributed to putting him on the gaydar of a lot of people. But I mostly think it's because of his hoax. I think it's largely because of his gigantic hoax that he did where he went to the airport and he was like, I was detained by Trump for supporting terrorists. I can't believe this happened. Everyone talked about it. Everyone knows who he is now. And, you look into the shit that he says, and he is just consistently talking and speaking and yammering about dehumanizing Jews and how babies are valid military targets and all of that shit. So on CNN, he was directly named tied to this shit. Now, a lot of people don't actually know this, but it turns out freedom of speech does not help you when you are inciting violence or providing material aid to terrorist organizations. So I know that I'm gonna have some Hassan retards in my chat, like I do. And, you know, they're gonna be like, freedom of speech! Yeah, but that doesn't work when you're inciting violence. So Hassan eventually returns to the game and hits you with an incredibly classy response. Israel is an apartheid state doing a live stream genocide. I think it's wrong and dangerous to conflate these heinous actions with Jews. The Apartheid Defense League doesn't, because they think they can improve Israel's standing by silencing its critics. It won't change the truth. He can't condemn a terrorist attack on American soil, and the reason why he can't condemn it is because it's true. It's because he supports it. He supports it, in my opinion. He absolutely supports actual terrorist attacks. I showed you what he was saying about the IRA. He wants an IRA-style terrorist group in America to murder fucking people. That's my opinion. And he told people to make a terrorist organization to murder Americans so that people in America want to stop supporting Israel because they're getting bombed. In my opinion, that's exactly what he's saying. So he didn't directly double down by saying he supports it, because if he would do that, he'd probably go to jail. Because apparently that dude has a Twitch account, the murderer, and it's very likely he's a Hassan fan, and that's pretty terrifying. However, important to note, he doesn't condemn it at all. Literally, not even a little. Motherfucker can't even condemn a terrorist attack on American soil. Obviously not. He in fact supports a terrorist attack on an American soil, in my opinion. And that is why he doesn't condemn it. It's because he supports it. I've been saying this the entire time. It's only a matter of time until this happened. I think all of us predicted that eventually this shit actually happens. There is a actual clear and present danger for Jews in America. There is. There have been multiple anti-Semitic attacks all over the place. And this one is a very deadly one. A tragically deadly one. It's actually insane. So, this was Hassan's first response to this situation.
Chatter, are you crazy? Chatter goes, yo, use this as your blast off meme. No, I'm not gonna do that, okay? Missed therapy appointment, so now I have to pay extra, and we're here. What is this? You about to be arrested? For what? Having a fucking fat cock? Don't think that's illegal. You
got him!
True. All right.
See, he has to choose his words very carefully. On the one hand, he doesn't want to go to jail. On the other hand, he absolutely wants to signal to his chat that he supports murdering Jews in America.
Osama bin Laden blast off. Can you get through the news before 3 p.m. when I see the new Mission Impossible streamer, man?
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
Should I use Tyrese?
That was really
Alabama?
fucking close.
Should I do that?
God
He's
dang.
trying.
I don't. No, dude, I can't. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this, dude. Y'all are so stupid. Give me. Okay, guys, this is not like. This is not a time to be fucking. It's not a time for you to say fun, wild, edgy things. Okay, there are.
Yeah, why not? Because it's sad that 2 people got murdered?
Probably 1,000 people in the chat currently documenting every single thing.
There we go. It's not because people got killed. No, we don't want you to be funny because it could blow back on me.
That you guys are saying in an effort to basically tie it back to me and this community and rob it of its context or anything like that and to try to get me fucking deplatformed. Like,
context, bro.
Lock in. Stop fed posting. It's not time for memes. Just because you're anonymous doesn't mean you will stay anonymous. All this stuff, okay?
Yeah, bro's sweating. Absolutely sweating. No doubt. Sweating more than he did in when he visited Diddy parties and brothels in Germany that sex trafficking.
Just kind of hoping for another hit.
I understand why he'd be sweating after all of those escapades that he's been through. You don't want people to start digging into your history. Professional pedophile shredder, actually, known for shredding pedophiles, commented on Hassan Piker is 480% fucked. I'm just saying. Just wanted to say this. I just wanted to make this clear. JD Delay says Hassan needs to meet my woodchopper. Now, I didn't say it, but I would not mess with Mr. JD Delay. All right? This is not a dude you want to be as your enemy, brother. I would sweat too. You don't know what they do to pedophiles in prison. Again, not saying that he's a pedophile. Not saying he's not a pedophile. He calls me a pedophile just to slander me. I never went to Diddy parties. Anyway, important to note, he keeps cooking. Hassan's cooking has not ended there. Because first Hassan stutters through a sentence saying, I know you're watching my stream and I don't want to say anything that'll get me in trouble, but I'm also not going to, condemn the attack because I'm kind of happy that they're murdering random people in America. I'm actually kind of happy about it, but I'm not allowed to say that. So anyway, this is Hassan letting it slip a little bit.
But I'm not Mr. False Flag at all, but
I'm not Mr. False Flag. False flag means that Israelis murdered their own people to trick Americans into hating Hamas or something. So he's like, I'm not Mr. False Flag, but I can explain all the reasons why it's a false flag.
Every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the shooting is so fucking crazy that it's like, you could not have fucking designed a incident like this. You could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all.
It's a guy that's part of the socialist fucking liberation bullshit party that's been going to protests forever in Chicago and shit. All right? What an actual demon. Look, I'm not saying that it's a false flag, but it's the perfect false flag. Everything is so perfect. The way it all lines up, he even said free Palestine. You know, the fucking shit that we've all been repeating for the last 2 years.
I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, a little bit brain broken, okay?
What?
Who is genuine?
I think he's a dude who's genuine. He's trying to Luigi Mangione, this guy. His heart was in the right place, bro. His heart was in the right place. He went to both sides of the fucking aisle. All right, he starts off, I don't want to say it's a false flag, but it's a perfect false flag. But I don't think it's a false flag. I think he's genuine. I think he's just a good man. Heart's in the right place. My guy, he's out there. He's based and cool like that. He's just he says what he means. He does what he says. He's just cool like that.
In his actions and maybe, a little bit brain broken, okay?
All right, maybe he's a little edgy. Maybe he's edgy. I don't know. I don't know if he's edgy or not. Anyway, this is Hassan's manager, interestingly enough. Violence begets
Let's
violence.
go, baby.
Getting massacred in an ongoing genocide for 18 months. I'm trying to remember.
I killed everyone here.
Oh, right. Never mind. 2 diplomats for Israel, 1 German-born,
Don't
1
ask me
Christian
how.
are assassinated
Your
purely
luck.
for political reasons, whether you agree or not. And the final statement, this is not anti-Semitism. Hassan is so good. And dude, it's his whole group of people. No, they don't just hate Jews. They just murdered 2 random Israeli officials in front of the Jewish Public Library or whatever the fuck, museum. They just murder 2 people there, not because they don't like Jews. No! It's just based and awesome and cool. Yeah, it's anti-Zionism. It's not like Jews are getting beaten up everywhere and people are slashing Jews' houses and shit. And that is happening, by the way. I'm sure you're not aware because it probably doesn't affect you, and that's how the world works. But yeah, this happens a lot. Anyway, Hassan keeps getting better. All right, this is the clip I showed you before, how he's brain broken a little bit and how he has a big heart.
Who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broke.
Yeah, genuine in his actions. Heart was in the right place, motherfucker. Anyway, get ready, guys. Get ready, because Hassan, he keeps getting better. After advocating for terrorism, supporting multiple terrorist organizations, wanting terrorist organizations in the United States, dehumanizing Jews, they call him out on CNN. They're like, yo, this guy's fucking radicalizing people. Not saying that this person individually was radicalized directly by Hassan, but it's definitely the Hassan-type radicalization that is going on in America that is incredibly fucking worrying.
Of this gamer Hassan Piker, who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state. Like,
I think this is like not only defamation against me.
Motherfucker has the balls to talk about defamation when he literally slanders me every single time he talks to me or about me. Every time he talks about me, he slanders me. Literally every single time. He is now saying that he's being defamed by this guy because this guy said that there are radical extremist terrorist supporters like Hassan. He's right. You are.
The reload on this sucks.
Terrorist supporter.
It's like 2 minutes.
You are radicalizing fucking people. There are 8-year-olds on Twitch, bro. But he's defaming you.
But I think it's also defamation against the New York Times too.
The New York Times? How is this defamation against the New York Times?
Because they also wrote my dehumanizing anti-Semitic sentiment. Of course, they wrote it in the most New York Times way possible.
I'm glad he's aware of it.
But they put it in the record where they said I accuse Israel of doing a genocide, you know?
What is that?
Because if that's his fucking framework...
Bro's munching.
Did you know that was coming? Yeah, I saw it this morning. It is defamation. He's a fucking...
It's not defamation.
Slanderous piece of shit.
Yeah. It's not defamation, actually. He actually said the actual complete truth, 100% the truth. Hassan, bro, you say this shit yourself. You dehumanize Jews yourself. So Asmongold reacted to this, and I'm really glad that he had the correct take. I am actually very glad he had the actual correct take. So lock in, boys and girl. Let's see what Baldman had to say.
What's happening is that Hassan got named. Yesterday, 2 Israeli diplomats were killed. This is the guy that did the shooting. I believe that's him. There he is again. And there he is. So this is him talking right here. So he shot and killed 2 people.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
But it's another Luffy, guys. It's another Luffy. Yeah, you knew Luffy? Well, introducing Zorro, ladies and gentlemen.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer Hassan Piker who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric.
He didn't even blame Hassan directly for getting this guy to kill them. He just said that he uses genocidal rhetoric, and he's right! He's completely right. He did not lie about a single thing he said. This man over here, definitely a fan of the How Fucked Is Hassan Piker franchise.
Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences are deadly. But
it gets better.
Uh-oh.
This was from April 2025. Twitch needs to stop making decisions based off of their radical, politically motivated moderation team, because eventually there's going to be a lack of moderation for something that's really bad. Like some sort of like really bad, like somebody gets killed, like kind of like the Luigi thing, but like maybe a little bit worse than that. It's like political. And if you have people on Twitch that are supporting this, theoretically, every single advertiser is going to leave the platform.
Yeah.
It's going to be an instantaneous apocalypse situation.
Yeah.
I said this shit was going to happen. I told them this was going to happen. Like if I was Amazon and I found out this was happening, I would fire everybody at leadership at Twitch. By allowing this rhetoric on the platform, they open themselves up to the accusations that, and again, this is people that are openly promoting terrorist organizations.
I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing.
In case you're not aware, the Houthis bombed
taking a lot of flooding
civilians
damage,
today Today, don't need to go back in time. For every time they've ever bombed civilians, they bombed civilians. Today, this is a war crime. Hassan really cares about war crimes, right? The Geneva Convention, Hassan knows all the tenets of the Geneva Convention when he can accuse Jews.
It's still going.
But
We might get lucky.
nobody else. It's been 0 days since they've bombed civilians.
No, it's stopped now.
10 toes fucking down.
The moment I opened my mouth.
I think they deserve it.
I actually think this could be it. I think that a lot of people are massively downplaying how big of a deal it is.
Yeah, it's a big
You
deal.
have a named person that is being connected to an active terror attack who has a history of supporting terrorist organizations.
And not only is he supporting terrorist organizations, but advocating for a new terrorist organization in the United States to fucking bomb civilians, IRA style, to make fatigue against Israel, in my opinion.
This gamer, Hassan Piker.
This is really, really fucking bad. Extremely fucking bad.
Yeah, so extremely fucking bad. I'm glad that he's on the I'm glad he's on this page because there's no other perspective to be on. So this is Noah Samson. He's another one of the fucking retards in the Hassan squad. Whatever. I'll just show you like classic shit that they've been saying.
I think like this will never happen, but in a totally just world,
right?
Any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi.
Right. So he's talking about in the United States of America, right? Any Zionist tendency, right? That means ever thinking Israel has the right to exist, all right? That is literally it. Thinking that Israel has the right to exist, according to Hassan, means you need to be treated like a neo-Nazi. How do you treat neo-Nazis, bro?
And you shouldn't even let someone be the fucking local dog catcher as Felix was posting. If they've ever exhibited any sort of like positive feelings about the state of Israel.
Any positive feelings about Israel. You should not be a dog catcher. You should be dehumanized, treated like a Nazi, and essentially killed. Right? You punch a Nazi. That's kind of the public sentiment. That's why calling people Nazis is basically the new random shit that everyone uses to throw at everybody else.
I'm so serious about this.
He's so serious about dehumanizing Jews and anyone that thinks Israel has the right to exist, which is most normal people. But anyway, the craziest thing is, this is, I think, today, Noah Samson, a big fan of Hassan Piker, also known for endorsing violence against Jews. But anywho, check this out.
Smart move on not covering current events, by the way. You mean specific current events or in general? Because
what specific current events? What specific events? What? Like what? Like what specific?
2 pro-peace Jews dead. Read what they were saying.
Read what they were saying. They wanted Israel to have the right to exist, but they wanted to help aid go into Gaza. Read what they were saying. He is endorsing the murder of 2 people, all right? He's saying, yup, I read what they're saying. It's all good.
Pro-peace is crazy.
Anyway, the chatter then asks him about his statements that the call for violence because protesting isn't enough. That is a known thing that Noah Samson actually said. He said that protest is not enough, implying that you need a higher level.
Yesterday, Noah has repeatedly made calls to violence. Protesting isn't enough.
True, yeah, he did. I covered it.
No, I'm scared. I'm scared. YouTube video scared me. No. And that sentiment though is 1000% true.
Sentiment's true. He once again doubles down, 10 toes on the ground, supports a level above protesting.
Protesting isn't enough.
Yep, he is endorsing violence against, he is scared, and he is endorsing direct violence, and in my opinion, inciting it too. Inciting violence against random Americans. Reese Puff hair looking motherfucker. A little update, because this is just an extension of the last clip I showed you. See what he had to say.
For everyone in the Washington, D.C. community, I mean, think about it. These people, their only offense was going to the Jewish museum. They were killed because they attended.
And he laughs. Nope. Only offense. Jewish museum. But what are you talking about? They're also Jews. They're Israeli.
Jewish event. I mean, I gotta say, Kate, in many ways, this was inevitable. I mean, think about the data. We talked about it before for everyone in Milwaukee.
And he's laughing, and he's smiling, and he's rolling his eyes. It's like, innocent Jews? Israelis that are innocent? Oh my God. He's not racist. He just wants to remove one race from existence. Ethan Klein's been popping off. He says, as you watch Hassan fans and Twitter leftists celebrate the murder of 2 innocent Israelis, understand that me and Hila are just as valid targets to them. Yeah, true, 100%, yeah, for sure. I've known about this as people like Hassan and iDubbbz lecture me about hallucinating threats. I knew this the moment I ended Leftovers. Why would I want to be a member of a community that would literally cheer on my death? There is a toxic, violent, nihilistic extremism brewing on the left, and it should scare all of us. And you know what? He's completely correct. He's completely correct. He is. Absolutely.
Think like
there's no two ways about it. There are people in the streets cheering and jeering and shouting for globalizing the Intifada, making a endorsement of jihad, and it's crazy that this shit goes down.
People living in the West have the most power over anyone else in the world.
So what should they do? What should the people in the West do?
Stop the genocide.
What do they do with their power? Remember, just 2 days ago, Hassan was on a stream with this dude, all right? This is 2 days ago. This is Hassan. This is the guy that's advocating for violence. And this is the guy that's advocating for violence. And this is the guy that's advocating for violence. Wow! The trifecta. The retard Avengers have assembled.
Living in the belly of the beast, we have direct geographical, physical access to the politicians, the propagandists, the weapons companies, and the supply chains.
So people in the West have power because they have access to politicians. How does access to politicians help you?
That are facilitating this genocide. Protesting is great. We should keep doing that. But also, you know, I feel like we have to be honest with ourselves. 17 months in, and what is protesting actually accomplished? Raising awareness, sure. Divestment, yeah, in some places. But really, politically, materially, nothing.
So protesting is not enough. Protesting is not enough. However, we have access to the politicians, and protesting isn't enough. But we have physical access to the politicians.
Israel just killed the most children in its history in a single night with total impunity, with a deafening silence among the Western media. If we want this genocide to stop, it's time to escalate.
Escalate! Escalate from protesting with physical access to politicians.
That's all. People living in the West.
Wonder what that... Oh, that's violence! Right, that's violence. Right. Yeah, he wants violence. They're all advocating for violence. And they're not just advocating for any little old violence. They're advocating for terrorism in the United States. That's what they're all doing. And, by the way, hot take, that is a crime. That is not protected by freedom of speech. If you are inciting terrorist attacks in the United States, then you are breaking the law. That is not protected by freedom of speech. Nuxonar, you didn't count. He repeated the 14K lie. Yeah, there was this whole lie that's been going on for the last couple of days saying that Israel is going to kill 14,000 babies in the next 24 hours. And then they all deleted their news stories because that didn't end up happening. That was another scam, fucking bullshit scam, obviously. Another strategy, another flim-flam, another epic move to get people riled up. Nicely done, guys. Very impressive. Is this the dog catcher one? Yeah, no, this is the one I just showed you. Never mind. So
did he just die?
Enough, there is a rule on Twitch. The rule is against terrorism and violent extremism. For example, you should not be linking or displaying extreme propaganda, including graphic pictures or footage or a terrorist of a terrorist or extreme violence, even for the purposes of denouncing. All right, so zero.
Hassan has done all of those, by the way.
Or engaging terrorism or violence.
Literally all of those.
This is Hassan reading the fucking terrorist manifesto completely uncritically.
I'm so
Let's start. Alentar is a word that means something like thunder or lightning. In the wake of an act, people look for a text to fix its meaning, so here's an attempt. The atrocities committed by Israelis against Palestine defy description and defy quantification. Instead of reading descriptions mostly, we watch them unfold on video, sometimes live. After a few months of rapidly mounting death tolls, Israel had obliterated the capacity to even continue counting the dead, which has served its genocide well.
All right, now Hassan is thinking, do I endorse the terrorist manifesto or not? And he thinks, and it's rolling over in his head. And he decides, you know what? I'm not going to endorse the terrorist manifesto. I'm just going to make it incredibly obvious that I endorse the manifesto.
At the time of the writing,
Observe, if you will, the elusive Courage locked in eyes glued to the screen as he consumes the latest internet drama with the intensity of a meerkat spotting a hawk. To him, this is no mere content. It is Gossip Girl, Season 7, and every tweet is a plot twist.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that is what it is to you as well. Let's be honest. That's why we're here.
And he just completely uncritically reads a terrorist
That and blowing shit up.
Probably to get an audience to Who knows? Who knows what his actual strategy is? I mean, this is what his chat was doing while he was reading the manifesto.
All of these figures are almost surely a criminal undercount. I have no trouble believing the estimates that put the toll at 100,000 or more. More have been murdered since March of this year than in the Protective Edge and Cast-Led put together.
Yeah, so essentially an entire audience just out there spamming hearts for the terrorist manifesto. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. We could keep going. We could keep clipping. I could keep showing you more and more examples, obvious ones and not obvious ones, of him essentially doing his very best to incite violence and to make it look like he supports this terrorist attack without directly saying he supports the terrorist attack. Because from all the information I've showed you so far, this isn't just he wants to kill people in Israel, which he does, as I've shown you. He wants to genocide everyone in Israel. It's literally what he says himself. He supports the terrorist organizations that directly want to do that, but he has been inciting violence and terrorist attacks in the United States of America as well. Again, I didn't even want to get into like the actual geopolitical issues of this episode. I wanted 500% Fuck to literally talk about how this dude is directly endorsing terrorist attacks, in my opinion, in the United States. I didn't need to get into all the other fucked up shit that this man's been doing. I don't even want to get into the geopolitics because it's essentially not even relevant right now, because endorsing terrorist attacks in America has nothing to do with any geopolitical situation in the Middle East. It doesn't. And if you can delude yourself into thinking it does, then you're retarded. Thank you so much for joining episode 500% Fuck. I was gonna make this different, as I mentioned earlier. I will be making a big ass anti-Hassan video soon. Don't worry. And but I really felt like it was important for this one to be the 500% Fuck. The news is directly tying him to an attack, a terrorist attack in American soil, and in my humble opinion, he's halfway in jail. All right, 1000% Fucked is gonna be glorious. It's gonna be fun. Definitely subscribe. Definitely slightly darker material this time. But you know what? It needed to happen. Thanks so much for being here, and stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there.
That was
stay
a good
weird,
dorper.
fam.
That's a really good dorp, damn.
This is actually insane. The voice actor community is actually dying. They're firing people, they're getting replaced by AI, and it's happening.
Over here on the subreddit for Honkai Star Rail, that being a Hoyoverse game for those that don't know, we've got the title, Kalis and Stell have been officially recasted.
These are, by the way, the main characters of Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail is one of, and in some months, is the biggest gacha game in the entire world. It is a massive fucking game. It's huge.
Version 3.3. Now, as you guys know, I do play Genshin, but I don't actually play Honkai, so I'd like to get some additional context here at gosugamers.net. We'll just spend like 30 seconds reading the key areas here at the top, where they say, Honkai Star Rail version 3.3, The Fall of Dawn's Rise, dropped on Wednesday, May 21st, with 2 new 5-star characters in Hyacine and Cypher, Hyacine and Cypher, as well as tons of other additions. However, the update also featured a surprising change as the voice actors for the game's main character, the Trailblazer, have been replaced. In Honkai Star Rail, players embark on an interstellar journey as the male or female version of the Trailblazer, commonly known by their canon names Kalis and Stell. Since the game's launch in April 2023, the Trailblazer has been voiced by Caleb Yen, Kalis, and Rachel Chow, Stell. So this is basically like
These
Honkai
are the main
version
people.
of Traveler and Genshin. Let's take a look and see if the voice actors who got recast have issued any statement on this yet. Hopping over to Twitter first for Rachel Chow. We can see the bio does still say ENGA Stell. And scrolling down, there is nothing as of May 5th. That's the latest post. But her pinned tweet does say, making the jump. Follow me on Blue Sky at the same handle. Chow for now. I'll keep...
Is Blue Sky a suicide cult for your career? Because I'm starting to feel like it is. Yeah, this is unbelievable. How does this keep happening?
Twitter up so you can find me and to protect this glorious handle. All right, hopping over to Blue Sky, we can see Rachel Chow is also here, but interestingly enough, on Blue Sky, her username is a little bit different, including she, they in the username. Interesting because on Twitter she put she, they in the bio, but over here it's in the title. I don't know. Is that a Blue Sky thing or something?
Yeah, I don't know.
But the bio does still say ENVA of Stale and Honkai Star Rail, and similarly to Twitter on this part, no activity lately, and no statement issued about the recasting. As for Caleb Yen, he does also still say Trailblazer in his bio, but I don't believe he's on Blue Sky, so all we'll take a look at is this Twitter account, and there's even less activity here. Pin tweet from 2021.
But voice actors are getting replaced. I mean, I feel bad for a lot of them that are getting replaced, but the problem is that, I mean, it's the same with any type of technology. It's selfish for you to think that the entire world has to live with a higher cost of something because you want to keep your job on life support. Nobody is entitled to having their job kept on life support through the effective welfare of the society.
And the last post actually from back on December 5th, 2024. Let's actually return to the Blue Sky account for Rachel Chow, though. I found something that gives some more context. So 2 months ago, we got this Blue Sky post from Shar that says, to Rachel, so glad you could find happiness and have a great day. I miss you a whole lot in Honkai Star Rail.
Kind of
and I
niche
sent
job.
feedback
Yeah, it is.
requesting them to sign an interim agreement for AI protections so you and the other wonderful actors can get back to voicing our beloved characters.
Check her Expedition 33 post. Let me see what she said about it. I'm actually kind of curious. So 250. Wait a minute. Okay, no, it's fine.
This channel for a
Yeah,
few months
no,
now.
there's nothing wrong with that.
Obviously, the interim agreement is about a lot more than data protections. That's like the whole Trojan horse, the whole like manipulative part that a lot of people have been criticizing the VAs, SAG, the agreement for, to put it simply, of course. But I suppose I'll add on to this really quickly for anyone who may be out of the loop on this still. And essentially, one of the biggest issues is that
Do you
the
think this will
agreement...
trickle down to big games? Well, I mean, Honkai Star Rail is a big game. I think more and more you're going to see video games turning towards AI instead of using these actors, because a lot of these actors are in these unions and they're asking for too much money, basically. And the problem is, like, this company doesn't want to pay them that much money. So they're trying to collectively bargain. And also, here's another big issue, is that a lot of these people create PR issues for the company when they, for example, go and give like their political hot take on something, and then the game gets collateral damage because of it. So if you're making a video game, do you want to keep these people involved? Probably not.
And these VAs and SAG are trying to flip these games, Spoilerverse games, and other games to be union-only games, which would come with a lot of negative repercussions for those who are not a part of the union, such as forcing voice actors who don't want to join the union into joining the union and having to pay those members' dues.
Well, this is the problem with unions, and this is the issue, is that, like, I'm more pro-union than not, but unions are not infallible, and oftentimes whenever a union becomes big enough and large enough, it starts mirroring the same problems that it fights against. And I think this is an example of that.
Risk being terminated from their positions, from their roles. Nevertheless, Rachel Chow responds and says, "Oh, thank you so much. That is really so kind and helpful of you. Hoping for good news soon too." I guess that didn't age so well, did it? Here's something really funny. So back on the subreddit Honkai Star Rail, in the post that we read earlier about this recasting news, you can see a top comment
7,000
says, "So it's like Kenichi and Genshin, only new lines for now. Older will be replaced in the future. So it'll be a mix of both VAs for now."
Oh my god.
There's also lots of NPC VA changes, not even for EN, but looks like for JP also. The response saying, "We live in hope that this means we could still get a recast for Paimon."
They all want to recast her because everybody hates her. And I think that's the exact reason why these companies are trying to go for the recasting. It's because they don't want to deal with some random weird SJW, like super fucking liberal, like crazy person that's going on Blue Sky and saying stuff that alienates their
3
players.
million to go, dude.
Who the fuck wants to deal with that?
I will play the heck out of
This one I
Genshin
hate.
if they recast Paimon.
Ugh.
Give her free runs English VA and I'm sold. So you can see that the people's dreams for a Paimon recast is still holding strong, still very much alive.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe more alive than ever now. An interesting point at the top about the Kenichi situation and these VAs getting replaced. I do wonder if when we see the announcement of who the new VAs are for the Trailblazers and Honkai, if we'll see, just like we saw happen to Jacob Takanashi, the new VA for Kenichi, that a certain clique after bootlickers and their supporters will try and harass the new VAs too, just like they did to Jacob Takanashi.
They absolutely will harass them because they think they have the moral authority to do so. They think that because they are fighting for the right cause, that it's okay for them to just attack people that are not on their
Stream's
side.
gonna act wonky.
That's
Give it a
basically
second.
how it works.
Of course, they all know very well how much backlash they got for that situation, though. So perhaps this time they won't actually do it, even if they really want to. Maybe now they'll be scared of all the backlash that they will get from the communities and the internet at large. It's really crazy how big of bullies these people are. We literally saw some VAs on Blue Sky saying that people like Jacob Takanashi deserve to be harassed even more, and saying stuff like,
of course they want to harass them because that's the way that they maintain control. They want to harass and bully and attack anybody who doesn't join their union so they can collectively bargain for more money and effectively just get more out of the company. So anybody who doesn't want to play ball with them and doesn't like what their parameters are, they attack that person in order to keep that person out of there. They're cry bullies. Yeah, that's what they do. It's because, like, and to be fair, like, in their mind, like, if that's their goal, that is the most effective way to achieve that goal. Is you have to bully and attack anybody who disagrees with you, so you create a monopoly so you can control the market. That's what they're trying to do.
oh, back in the good old days of unions, people used to get physically assaulted for being scabs, and trying to make it sound like, oh, Jacob Takanashi got off easy, and all the fans mad at us really should.
Pause this. Oh, it's oops. Oh my god, dude, why is it turning the HDR on again? What is it with AAA games having the worst fucking menus ever? Call of Duty does this too every fucking time. Gotta reboot it 15 times, and when you change one thing, it changes 5 things back. Fuck off. Now it's lagging like crazy. Bro, what the fuck? Game's just fuck out, dude. It's the DirectX 12, I think. Holy shit. What is going on?